You've been told that letting go means losing, that surrender means weakness, that if you stop chasing what you want, it will slip away forever. But what if that's the biggest illusion of all? What if the moment you release your grip, the universe finally has space to give you what's truly yours? You see, in Buddhism, detachment isn't coldness, it's freedom. It's the art of being fully alive without being enslaved by what you crave. You stop begging life to happen your way, and instead you start flowing with it. You stop clinging to people, outcomes, and control, and suddenly peace becomes effortless. Because what's meant for you will never need to be forced, and what isn't will fade, no matter how tightly you hold on. This isn't about giving up, it's about trusting that what belongs to you will always find its way home. Tonight, as you listen to these words, your mind will soften, your breath will slow, and the noise inside will begin to fade. You'll feel that quiet, knowing that you don't have to chase anymore, you just have to allow. This isn't just another talk on Buddhism. It's a remembrance of truth, a homecoming to your own stillness. Are you ready to let go and finally see what was always meant for you? Before we begin, take a slow breath. Feel the air move in and out, as if life itself is reminding you that nothing needs to be forced. What is meant for you does not hide behind struggle. It reveals itself in stillness. In that quiet space between effort and surrender, truth begins to whisper. There is a strange irony in life. The more tightly you hold on, the faster things slip away. It's like grasping water. The harder you squeeze, the less remains in your hand. People spend years trying to control outcomes, relationships, and success, only to realize that all this grasping leaves them empty. Detachment, in the Buddhist sense, doesn't mean indifference. It means understanding that clinging is the cause of suffering. The heart of the paradox is this. When you finally release your desperate need to have something, the space that opens up allows it, or something even better, to arrive naturally. This truth is ancient, but it continues to confuse modern minds trained to chase. Society tells us to want more, plan more, push harder, and never stop striving. We are taught that control equals safety. Yet, deep inside, control is an illusion, a temporary comfort against the vast unpredictability of life. Buddhism teaches that everything is impermanent, every joy, every sorrow, every moment. To accept this truth fully is not to lose hope, but to gain freedom. When you understand that nothing lasts, you stop suffocating life by trying to trap it. You begin to flow. Letting go is one of the hardest lessons because it goes against the ego's instinct to grasp. The ego whispers, "If I let go, I'll lose everything." But the soul quietly responds, "When you let go, you gain what truly matters." The act of surrender is not weakness, it is alignment. It's the understanding that life does not respond to force, it responds to openness. In fact, letting go is a kind of faith, not in religion, but in the natural intelligence of existence itself. The Buddha once said that craving is the root of suffering. But most people misunderstand craving as only desire. Desire itself is not the problem. It's the attachment to that desire that causes pain. You can want something deeply, love, purpose, peace. But when that want turns into a need, when your happiness becomes chained to it, suffering begins. The paradox is that once you release your need, your desire becomes pure again. It is no longer tainted by fear or desperation. It becomes a quiet intention that moves with the current of life instead of fighting against it. When you let go, you don't abandon your goals, you release your obsession with how they must happen. There's a difference between intention and attachment. Intention is like planting a seed. You nurture it, water it, give it sunlight, and then allow nature to take its course. Attachment is digging up the soil every day to check if it's growing fast enough. That constant interference kills the process. The universe, like the soil, needs space to do its work. You cannot demand that flowers bloom on your schedule. Letting go is not about apathy. It's about trust. Trust that you've done your part, that what's meant for you won't miss you, and what isn't meant for you will never stay, no matter how tightly you hold it. In Buddhist philosophy, this trust is not blind. It's born from understanding cause and effect. When you act with clarity and integrity, the results unfold in their own time. Karma handles the rest. There's an old saying, "What you chase runs away from you." That's not superstition, it's psychology. When you chase, you send a message of lack. Your energy says, "I don't have it," and so you create more of not having. Detachment changes that. When you no longer chase, your energy shifts from lack to wholeness, and life mirrors that completeness back to you. That's why so many people find love when they stop looking, success when they stop forcing, peace when they stop trying to fix everything. It's not magic, it's alignment. This principle appears in every aspect of existence. When you exhale, you must release air before new breath can come in. When the tide recedes, it only does so to return again. Letting go creates rhythm. It restores balance. You cannot receive while your hands are closed. Many people pray for blessings while holding tightly to what is already decaying. But nature doesn't work that way. You must release the old to make room for the new. The paradox of letting go is not about getting what you want. It's about realizing you never needed to grasp so hard in the first place. What is truly yours is never lost. Think of moments in your life when you finally stopped trying, when you accepted a breakup, forgave yourself, or simply surrendered to what is. Somehow, things began to flow again. That ease wasn't coincidence. It was the natural rhythm of detachment doing its quiet work. Buddhist detachment is not the rejection of life, but full participation without fear. You still feel deeply, but you no longer drown in emotions. You still care, but you don't collapse when things change. You love without possession, act without expectation, and live without resistance. That is freedom. To walk through life open, not clinging to every passing thing as if your existence depends on it. When you cling, you distort reality. You start to see people and situations not as they are, but as you want them to be. This blindness leads to suffering because you fight against truth. Letting go restores vision. You begin to see things clearly without the fog of desire or fear. That clarity doesn't just bring peace, it brings wisdom. You start to notice that the more you release control, the more life organizes itself perfectly on its own. Control is born from fear. the fear of loss, uncertainty, and rejection. But detachment invites a radical question. What if loss is not the enemy? What if uncertainty is the natural state of growth? Every seed must crack open before it becomes a tree. Every transformation requires surrender. Detachment doesn't promise comfort. It promises freedom from the endless need for comfort. To live detached is to recognize the impermanence of everything: your thoughts, possessions, relationships, even your own body. This recognition isn't meant to make you sad. It's meant to awaken gratitude. When you know something won't last, you appreciate it more deeply. You savor instead of hoard. You love with open hands instead of chains. True detachment doesn't mean you stop feeling. It means you stop confusing feeling with control. You can grieve without collapsing, hope without demanding, love without owning. This balance between engagement and release is the middle way that the Buddha taught. Neither indulgence nor denial, but harmony. Many people resist detachment because it threatens their identity. They've built their self-worth around what they own, who they love, or how others see them. To let go feels like death. But it's not death of the self, it's death of illusion. What remains after that illusion fades is your true essence, calm, unshaken, free. You begin to understand that happiness isn't found in adding more to yourself, but in subtracting what was never real. The paradox deepens when you realize that surrender brings more power than control ever could. When you let go of forcing outcomes, your energy stops leaking into worry and fear. That energy returns to you as strength, focus, and creativity. Suddenly, you make better decisions, attract healthier relationships, and live with greater ease. What once felt impossible starts unfolding naturally, not because you forced it, but because you stopped blocking it. There's a quiet strength in someone who has mastered the art of letting go. They don't react impulsively to every challenge. They move through storms with calm eyes because they've learned that no storm lasts forever. They understand that pain is not punishment, but part of transformation. They've learned that losing something can often be life's way of clearing space for something greater. You may notice this pattern in your own life. A relationship that ended painfully but led you to self-respect. A job loss that opened the path to your purpose. A failure that became your greatest teacher. From the surface, these moments look like loss. From a higher view, they are redirections. Detachment allows you to see the hidden perfection behind every ending. The paradox of letting go also applies to spiritual growth. Many seekers chase enlightenment like a prize to be won. They meditate to achieve peace, but the act of trying so hard becomes another form of attachment. True awakening happens when you stop seeking it, when you sit, breathe, and allow life to reveal itself as it already is. Enlightenment isn't something you find, it's something you stop resisting. When you truly let go, you stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and begin to ask, "What is this teaching me?" That shift changes everything. Life stops being a battlefield and becomes a classroom. You stop fearing the unknown and start trusting it. You see every delay, every rejection, every disappointment, not as failure but as divine choreography, timing that protects you, shapes you, and prepares you. This is the essence of detachment, not withdrawal, but alignment with truth. When you understand this, you no longer need to prove yourself, control others, or manipulate outcomes. You become rooted in something deeper than external success, a peace that cannot be taken away. The world still moves around you, but you remain steady, like the center of a spinning wheel. In the end, letting go isn't about losing. It's about remembering that you were never missing anything. You are not a beggar waiting for life to hand you scraps of happiness. You are the source of it. When you stop clinging, the walls you built around your heart collapse, and love flows in effortlessly. Not the needy love that fears loss, but the quiet love that exists simply because you do. So, when you release what you once chased, you don't lose your dreams. You purify them. You stop chasing shadows and start receiving truth. You understand that what's meant for you will always move toward you, and what isn't will fall away, no matter how hard you try to keep it. That realization doesn't make you passive. It makes you peaceful. It turns every moment into an act of trust. The paradox of letting go to receive is not a mystery to solve, but a rhythm to live by. You let go not to get, but to be free. And in that freedom, everything that's meant for you, love, purpose, peace, begins to move quietly in your direction, because the universe doesn't respond to force. It responds to flow. And once you flow with it, life itself becomes your greatest ally. You stop fighting for what is already yours. You stop fearing what is already gone. You learn that in the silence after surrender, existence whispers the same timeless truth. If it's meant for you, it will come. And now that letting go has softened the grip around your heart, there's a new question rising like a quiet tide. If forcing doesn't work, what does? If effort is needed, but control keeps breaking things, where do you place your hands? Where do you place your faith? Karma is not a judge with a gavel. Karma is a pattern, a chain of causes and conditions that keeps unfolding whether you approve or not. Control, on the other hand, is the mind's attempt to dominate the pattern. One moves with reality. The other tries to bend it. When you learn the difference, tension drains out of your chest and clarity returns. You stop arguing with the wind and start trimming your sails. Karma is simple. Every thought, word, and action leaves a trace. Those traces shape tendencies. Tendencies shape choices. Choices shape outcomes. You plant a seed, you prepare the soil, you water, you wait. Control hates the waiting. Control digs up the seed to check progress. Detachment closes the soil, trusts the season, and keeps watering. Karma is not fate. Fate says nothing can be changed. Karma says many things can be changed by changing causes. You cannot rewrite yesterday's weather, but you can choose today's clothing, today's route, today's pace. Control tries to change the sky. Detachment changes the umbrella. The mind that craves control is chasing certainty. It believes safety lies in forcing outcomes. The body tightens, the breath thins, options narrow. You make poor decisions because your field of view shrinks to one path, one person, one timing. Karma works better when your view is wide, when you're steady enough to notice subtle cues, when you can pivot without panic. Detachment gives you that steady base. There is a natural rhythm to results. Some results are quick, like sparks. Some ripen slowly, like fruit. Some skip a season. The mind that understands karma stops panicking about pace. It measures progress by the quality of actions, not the speed of outcomes. This turns your day into a practice, not a verdict. There are 3 helpful lenses for karma. First, the backlog of stored tendencies that you carry, old habits, old beliefs, old reflexes. Second, the momentum already rolling through your life, current relationships, current commitments, current health. Third, the fresh causes you're creating right now, your speech today, your choices today, your posture today. Control tries to bulldoze all 3 at once. Detachment works with what is here. It honors momentum. It eases old habits with patient practice. It invests in new causes without obsession. The difference shows up everywhere. In conversation, control interrupts, pushes, persuades, wins the point, and loses the person. Karma-minded speech listens first, speaks cleanly, leaves space. The outcome often goes your way without a fight because you didn't trigger resistance. In work, control micromanages and breeds fear. Karma-minded leadership sets clear principles, supports skill building, and lets ownership grow. Results rise because people feel safe to contribute. In love, control tests, clings, keeps score. Karma-minded love shows up consistently, speaks honestly, and allows freedom. Trust grows because it is not strangled. Detachment is not neutral, it is deeply ethical. If karma is cause and effect, then clean causes matter. Your intentions matter. Your tone matters. Your follow-through matters. When you align intention, speech, and action, your life stops leaking power. You stop planting weeds and then wondering why the garden hurts your feet. Control is impatient. It tries to harvest before roots are set. That rush creates fracture lines that later become crises. Detachment protects roots. It respects timing. It lets the foundation cure. You become the person who is always lucky because you rarely collapse under your own weight. People often confuse surrender with passivity, but detachment is active. It is the most disciplined form of action. Clear aim, wholehearted effort, clean release. Archers know this. You draw the bow with skill. You align the body. You breathe. You release. After the release, grabbing the arrow in the air is impossible and foolish. The shot is already flying. Your job is the form, not the flight. This approach heals anxiety. Anxiety over outcomes is a byproduct of ignoring the part of reality you do not control. Once you separate spheres, my action versus the world's response, your nervous system stops trying to hold the sky. You can feel the ground again. That feeling is strength. It helps to map your day into 3 baskets. Basket 1, character. Basket 2, craft. Basket 3, conditions. Character is yours. Honesty, patience, courage. Craft is yours. Skills, preparation, attention to detail. Conditions are not yours. Traffic, weather, moods of others, market swings. If you pour your energy into character and craft, conditions often line up well enough. When they don't, you're still whole. That's the hidden wealth of detachment. Even bad days can't bankrupt you. Karma is precise. It does not miss. It may be slow, but it is exact. That is why shortcuts backfire. Cutting corners feels smart in the moment. Later, the bill arrives. Debt in trust, debt in health, debt in self-respect. Clean causes ask more up front and spare you tenfold later. Detachment chooses the longer arc because it knows the ledger never loses track. There is a quiet art to not interfering with another person's lesson. Control tries to fix, rescue, convince. Detachment asks, what is truly helpful here? Sometimes the most helpful act is presence, not repair. Sometimes it is a boundary, not advice. Karma unfolds for others too. You can support without stealing their opportunity to grow. Compassion with boundaries is clean karma. Pity without boundaries traps both of you. Timing is a teacher. You may sow well and still wait. The waiting is not punishment. The waiting is polishing. It sandpapers your pride, your fear, your impatience, until your hands can hold what you asked for. Many lose their gifts, not because they were unworthy, but because their grip was still clumsy. Detachment refines the grip while life readies the gift. The mind addicted to control lives in constant negotiation with reality. I'll relax when this happens. I'll be kind when they change. I'll be grateful when I get there. Karma doesn't respond to ultimatums. Karma responds to the quality of your cause now, gratitude now, kindness now, effort now. You live as the person you want to be before the world confirms it. That very alignment becomes the cause that attracts the confirmation. This is how detachment turns into quiet magnetism. You no longer broadcast neediness. Your actions carry their own light. People feel safe around you because you are not trying to extract or control. Opportunities appear because your presence doesn't burden the room. Even when doors stay shut, there is no bitterness. You knock cleanly and walk on. Let's talk about responsibility. Karma never supports blame. Blame is a stall. Responsibility is movement. Responsibility asks, which causes here are mine to improve? Control either denies responsibility or claims total responsibility. Both extremes are heavy. Detachment accepts the slice that is yours and returns the rest to life. This keeps you agile and honest. Your body understands karma. Tight jaws, clenched fists, a stiff neck. These are signals that the mind is trying to force. When you soften the shoulders and let the breath deepen, you are not being lazy. You are stepping back into alignment. From alignment, you act better and faster. A relaxed bow shoots truer than a trembling one. There's a practice that rewires your reflexes. At the start of any task, set a clean intention in one sentence. Serve with clarity. Build with care. Speak with truth and warmth. Then choose one controllable metric. 90 minutes of deep work. 5 outreach messages. 40 mindful breaths before the meeting. Afterward, review only 2 things: fidelity to the intention and execution of the controllable. Praise yourself for fidelity even if the outside result lags. This builds trust in process and starves the addiction to immediate outcomes. Notice how control inflates language. Always, never, must, can't. Karma invites precise words. Next time, I'll prep earlier. I didn't listen well at minute 10. I can change my tone. Precision is power. Vague force creates vague results. Clear cause creates clear effect. In conflict, control fights to win. Karma-minded presence aims to understand. You can set firm boundaries without turning the other person into an enemy. You can state your needs without humiliating the other side. This approach does not guarantee you will get your way. It guarantees you won't poison your own well. Your digital life is a karmic field. Every post, every comment, every click trains the mind and leaves traces in the world. Are you planting outrage or clarity? Are you amplifying noise or sharing something of use? Detachment helps you pause before you publish. It asks, is this clean? Is this kind? Is this necessary? Those three questions are a strong filter. Over time, the field reflects your care. Money follows the same law. Control tries to time everything perfectly and burns out. Karma invests in value creation, skill, trust, and patience. Money becomes a byproduct of service, not a god to worship. You still plan, you still budget, but you stop making financial decisions from fear. Fear plants scarcity. Scarcity grows thorns. Health is cause and effect in slow motion. Control chases hacks. Karma builds daily rhythms. Sleep that honors the nervous system. Food that stabilizes mood. Movement that supports joints and heart. Kind inner speech that prevents stress from compounding. You cannot control every diagnosis. You can shape the conditions that make vitality more likely. Detachment turns care into devotion rather than panic. Ambition can live inside detachment. You can want to build big things without being enslaved by them. The shift is simple. Pursue mastery over status, substance over image, contribution over applause. Status is fragile karma. It depends on others. Mastery is sturdy karma. It depends on practice. When applause comes, bow to it and return to work. When it doesn't, bow anyway and return to work. Your craft is your practice. There is also collective karma. The systems we live in carry patterns. Detachment does not ignore injustice. It refuses to meet injustice with blindness or hatred. It organizes. It speaks. It acts with courage and care. It refuses to become what it fights. Clean means matter here too. Truthful messaging, non-exploitative tactics, long-term solutions. Control wants instant victory. Karma builds durable change. Parents feel this dance every day. You can't control who your child becomes. You can shape the home field. Your consistency, your example, your boundaries, your repairs after you fail. These are causes. When your child stumbles, meet them with presence and clarity, not domination. The world will shape them. You help them build a center that can withstand the shaping. Creativity thrives under karma and dies under control. Forced inspiration dries the well. Steady inputs fill it. Reading, listening, walking, silence, play. Show up at the desk. Do the hours. Let the work ripen when it's ready. Detachment prevents you from killing ideas by demanding that they be brilliant on day one. Early drafts are allowed to be clumsy. Clumsy is a cause. There's a subtle trap. the ego that boasts of being beyond control. That too is control in disguise. It is identity management, performing detachment to appear enlightened. Real detachment doesn't need an audience. It's quiet. It shows in how you treat people who can't help you. It shows in how you handle delays. It shows in how you apologize. Time itself is karmic. How you spend it shapes the person you become. 10 minutes of resentment daily is not small. 10 minutes of gratitude daily is not small. The slope of your day decides the landscape of your year. Control fantasizes about massive leaps. Karma trusts steady gradients. You wake up 6 months later and realize your interior weather is warmer. Let's address pain. Pain will come. Control says pain should not exist and then adds resistance on top, creating suffering. Detachment says pain exists. Let's meet it cleanly. You breathe into the tightness. You drop blame. You ask for help when help is wise. You do not use pain to craft a dramatic identity. You use it as material for compassion. Later, your presence can hold others because you learned how to hold yourself. Decision-making becomes gentle under this view. You gather facts. You test small. You consult wise people. You scan for fear-based urgency. You choose. Then you let the choice play out long enough to see real feedback. No obsessive second-guessing. No torturing yourself for not being psychic. You adjust when reality offers new data. This humility accelerates learning. There is a daily ritual that reinforces trust in timing. At night, note 2 things: a cause you planted and a gift you received without forcing. The cause might be a difficult truth you spoke. The gift might be a call that came at the right hour. Over weeks, you witness the quiet network between sowing and receiving. Skepticism softens. Faith, the grounded kind, grows. Words matter. I control becomes I steward. I demand becomes I request. I deserve becomes I align. Why me becomes what now. This is not semantics. Language sets posture. Posture sets action. Action sets karma. In relationships, ask a sharper question than, how do I keep them? Ask, how do I keep being someone I respect in this relationship? When you center your own conduct, you stop bargaining with your dignity. Paradoxically, that dignity is attractive, but even when it is not rewarded, you keep your soul. Resentment is a sticky karma. It clings to the insides and fogs your view. The cure is not forced positivity. The cure is clean processing. Feel the sting, name the boundary that was crossed, claim your next right action, and let the rest go. If you must stay, stay with standards. If you must leave, leave without vandalism. This preserves your future options. You will meet yourself again down the road. Leave you a good gift. When fear spikes, remember this. Control is a bodyguard with no training. Loud, frantic, ineffective. Detachment is the quiet guardian who knows the exits, watches the room, and intervenes only when necessary. You can feel the difference. One drains you, the other steadies you. Spiritual practice sharpens your sensitivity to causes. Silence reveals the tone of your inner speech. Breath reveals where you brace. Kindness reveals where you hoard. Service reveals where you hold back. Over time, your system prefers clean causes because they feel good right away, regardless of the outcome's timing. That preference is freedom. You are not powerless. You are powerful in a better way. Not the power to dominate others, but the power to self-govern. To set right causes even in a crooked world, to keep your word when no one is watching. To be gentle without being weak. To be firm without being cruel. That power compounds. When good things arrive, detachment keeps you humble. You thank the helpers you can see and the web you cannot see. You keep practicing because practice, not praise, held you upright in the dark. When good things leave, detachment keeps you upright. You grieve cleanly. You don't poison the well. You return to right causes and begin again. The misunderstood dance between karma and control becomes clear. Karma is the music. Control is the stiff body that refuses to feel it. And detachment is the relaxed form that can move with every note. The song changes. You keep your balance. You pivot with grace. You don't step on toes because you're not trying to lead the universe. You're learning to follow, and, in following well, you find yourself led into rooms you could never have forced open. Trust like this is not naive. It is built through evidence. You have already lived days where forcing failed and letting go revealed a better path. You have already seen apologies heal what arguments could not. You have already felt the lightness after telling the truth. Collect these moments. Let them train your nervous system to lean toward clean causes and away from frantic gripping. So you keep planting, you keep tending, you keep releasing. Some seeds sprout early, some take their time, some never rise, teaching you to choose varieties better suited to your climate. None of this collapses you. Your peace comes from how you sow, not from how fast the field blooms. And as you move through your next choice, pause for half a breath and ask the question that cuts through the noise. Is this cause clean? If the answer is yes, give it your whole heart and let the timing be what it is. That is the deepest vote of confidence you can cast in the order behind all things. That is detachment as trust. That is karma welcomed, not feared. You will be tested. You will be tempted to grip. You will be told that only force works. Smile a little. You know better now. You know the difference between pushing a locked door and tending the key. You place your hands where they matter, on the work, on the breath, on the kindness in your voice, and you let the rest turn on its own hinge. When the hinge turns, step through. When it doesn't, step back without bitterness. Either way, your practice holds. Either way, your center remains yours. Either way, the pattern improves because you improved the cause. And slowly, quietly, faithfully, life starts to meet you at that level. The path of surrender opens a kind of clarity. You begin to feel the pulse of karma, the rhythm beneath all things. But within that peace hides a quieter danger. The pride of being the one who has transcended. The ego, subtle and clever, doesn't die when you awaken. It simply changes clothes. At first, detachment feels like liberation. You breathe easier. The old cravings lose their grip. You start to see the bigger picture. But soon, without noticing, a new identity begins to form, the detached one. You start to take pride in how calm you are, how little you react, how above the chaos you seem. It's a soft illusion, more polished than greed or anger, but an illusion nonetheless. The ego survives not only through attachment to desire, but through attachment to purity. The trap begins with comparison. You look at others, still tangled in emotion, and think you've moved beyond them. You secretly enjoy your distance. You confuse silence with superiority. But this quiet arrogance builds a wall between you and the world. Detachment becomes isolation dressed as wisdom. The heart cools, compassion fades, and soon you are clinging, not to possessions or people, but to the idea of being spiritually advanced. The Buddha warned against this subtle pride. True detachment is invisible. It carries no need to announce itself. It doesn't parade calmness or advertise peace. It simply is. When you're truly free from ego, you stop needing to prove it. The person who quietly tends to others, who listens deeply, who admits when they don't know, that is real detachment in action. There's no hunger for recognition in their peace. The ego of detachment thrives in spiritual environments because it hides behind noble language. It says, "I'm not attached to anything," while being fiercely attached to being right, to appearing balanced, to maintaining an image of serenity. You can meditate for hours and still feed the ego if your practice is rooted in pride. The outer posture may be still, but inside, comparison never stops whispering. Control and pride are twins. When you think you've conquered attachment, control sneaks back in another form. The need to control how others see your detachment. You want people to notice your composure, your patience, your peace. You want them to say, "You've really evolved." But the moment you crave that validation, you're back in the cycle. True freedom doesn't need witnesses. A common misunderstanding is that detachment means being unaffected, that a truly awakened person feels nothing. But numbness is not wisdom, it's withdrawal. When you stop caring, you haven't transcended the ego, you've protected it. Real detachment allows feeling without drowning. You can cry without shame, love without clinging, and help without expecting thanks. The detached person still bleeds. They just don't let the wound define them. Another layer of the spiritual ego appears in judgment. You start noticing how others are still asleep. You might even feel a duty to wake them up. But this is not compassion. It's superiority disguised as service. No one awakens through being looked down on. Awakening spreads quietly through example, not through preaching. The more enlightened you become, the less you need to declare it. One of the purest forms of detachment is humility, the ability to admit that you, too, are still learning. Even the wise fall into old patterns. Even monks get angry. The difference is that they notice it quickly and return to awareness without shame. They don't make enlightenment a trophy to protect. They treat every day as a new practice. The ego feeds on certainty. It says, "I am spiritual. I am awake. I am beyond desire." But life will always test that certainty. The moment you think you've mastered detachment, something unexpected will shake your peace. A loss, an insult, a temptation. If your peace shatters, it wasn't true detachment. It was control pretending to be calm. Each challenge strips away another mask until nothing remains but sincerity. True detachment is not sterile, it's alive. It allows laughter, passion, and even anger, all in balance. When anger arises, awareness sees it, breathes with it, and releases it. There's no denial. The spiritually proud person, however, suppresses anger because it threatens their self-image. They say, "I'm above this," while the tension simmers underneath. That repression doesn't purify, it poisons. One sign of false detachment is emotional distance. You stop engaging deeply because depth feels messy. You avoid love because it makes you vulnerable. You avoid commitment because it feels like a trap. But detachment isn't avoidance. It's presence without possession. It's the courage to stand in love and let it change you, even if it hurts. The detached heart is not cold. It's vast. It can hold joy and pain at once without collapsing. In the modern world, the ego of detachment often takes intellectual form. People read philosophy, quote the Buddha, and use spiritual language to avoid real confrontation with pain. They analyze emotions instead of feeling them. They use wisdom to stay safe rather than to grow. It's a sophisticated form of denial, polished, articulate, and deeply convincing. But the heart knows the difference between insight and avoidance. The only way to expose the ego of detachment is through self-honesty. You must ask, am I being still because I'm wise, or because I'm afraid? Am I being silent because it's kind, or because I want to appear enlightened? These questions are uncomfortable, but they cut through the fog. Self-honesty breaks the ego's disguise because it doesn't allow performance. You cannot pretend awareness. You either have it or you don't. The path of Buddhism was never meant to create distant observers. It was meant to awaken compassionate participants, people who act without attachment to results, but still act. Detachment without compassion is imbalance. It becomes spiritual indifference, a way of escaping responsibility while pretending it's wisdom. True detachment expands the heart. False detachment contracts it. The test of real detachment is how you respond to suffering, your own and others. When someone comes to you in pain, do you retreat behind concepts, saying, "Everything is impermanent"? Or do you listen, hold space, and let your presence comfort them? Quoting truth is easy. Embodying it is rare. The detached ego hides behind doctrine. The detached heart meets the moment. In ancient texts, the Buddha spoke about the poison of conceit, the belief that one has arrived. He warned that this conceit can hide even in the robes of monks, even in the hearts of scholars. The antidote is mindfulness, not of technique, but of motive. Why are you meditating? Why are you renouncing? Why are you teaching? If the answer contains even a hint of pride, that's the seed of illusion growing again. Humility is not self-deprecation, it's openness. It's knowing that you can be wrong, that you can learn from anyone, that truth is not a possession, but a living process. The ego says, "I have learned." The awakened heart says, "I am learning." One closes the door, the other keeps it open. The ego of detachment also hides in over-idealizing stillness. Many believe that peace means never feeling disturbed, But peace is not the absence of storms. It's the ability to stay centered in their midst. Detachment allows motion. It lets life move through you without resistance. Trying to freeze serenity into permanence is itself attachment. Real peace breathes. It shifts with the wind. Another subtle form of spiritual ego is taking pride in suffering, believing your endurance makes you holier. Some use detachment to justify staying in pain unnecessarily, thinking it proves strength, but Buddhism teaches balance, not martyrdom. Endurance without wisdom is stubbornness. Detachment allows you to leave what harms you without hatred, to walk away without the story of victimhood. False detachment rejects desire entirely, but authentic practice refines it. Desire can be sacred when directed toward truth, growth, or service. Suppressing all desire leads to stagnation. The ego loves extremes, either indulgence or total denial. The middle path is harder because it requires awareness, not rules. Awareness discerns which desires uplift and which destroy. Ego loves the comfort of absolutes. Detachment lives in the nuance of balance. When you truly transcend egoic detachment, you stop labeling experiences as spiritual or unspiritual. Washing dishes, helping a friend, resting, working, all become equal expressions of awareness. The enlightened mind doesn't separate sacred from ordinary. It sees divinity in both silence and noise. The person still trapped in spiritual ego treats meditation as holy and daily life as distraction. But real wisdom merges both until every act becomes meditation. Detachment without humility often results in loneliness. You start believing no one understands you, that others are too attached. This isolation is not enlightenment. It's the ego protecting its identity. Genuine peace connects. It finds unity in diversity. It doesn't build walls, it dissolves them. The enlightened heart sees itself in everyone, even those still caught in illusion. Awareness must always lead to kindness. Otherwise, it hardens into intellect. You can understand impermanence deeply and still speak harshly, still disregard another's pain. That's when you know ego has taken over again. Knowledge without compassion is incomplete. The detached ego seeks superiority through wisdom. The detached heart seeks connection through understanding. As your awareness grows, so must your humility. The higher the mountain, the deeper the roots. The more insight you gain, the softer you become. The ego wants enlightenment to be a crown. The soul knows it's a surrender. When you reach a state of true detachment, you don't feel special. You feel ordinary, and in that ordinariness, sacredness shines. Letting go of the ego of detachment requires returning to the basics: presence, compassion, honesty. It means remembering that even detachment is just another tool, not the destination. The Buddha didn't preach detachment as the end. He used it to point toward liberation from suffering. When you cling to detachment, you've already lost its essence. There is also the trap of defining yourself as non-reactive. You begin to suppress emotion to maintain an image of control. You say, "Nothing bothers me." But inside, unresolved feelings turn into quiet numbness. This numbness feels peaceful at first, but eventually turns into distance from your own humanity. Detachment should expand your sensitivity, not dull it. Feeling deeply and responding wisely. That is the balance. The ego can even turn humility into performance. You start performing modesty so others notice your modesty. You speak softly, you use spiritual words, but beneath it, there's a quiet hunger for approval. You want to be known as the calm one, the wise one, the kind one. It's still ego, just dressed in better clothes. The real humility is invisible. It doesn't need recognition because it no longer builds identity from image. Freedom from the ego of detachment comes when you stop labeling yourself altogether. You stop saying, I am spiritual, I am detached, I am awakened. You simply live truthfully. You laugh when it's funny, cry when it's sad, help when it's needed, and let go when it's time. You act not because it makes you appear wise, but because it's natural. Detachment is no longer something you perform. It's something that simply happens through you. When this understanding dawns, compassion returns in full force. You see that everyone is walking the same path, each stumbling in their own way. You no longer look down on anyone because you see your own past illusions reflected in them. Judgment fades, replaced by quiet empathy. You stop teaching through words and start teaching through example, by being at peace in the midst of imperfection. In the end, even detachment must be let go of. Holding on to the idea of being unattached becomes another attachment. The final surrender is realizing that there's nothing to protect, nothing to prove, and nothing to achieve. What remains is simple presence, alive, awake, and free from labels. The paradox is that once you stop trying to be detached, you finally are. So, the next time you find yourself taking pride in your calmness, pause. The moment you think, I've mastered this, humility is calling you back. Let that thought dissolve. Return to awareness without commentary. Return to being a student of life, not a master of it. In that return, the ego's grip weakens, and real detachment, the kind that doesn't need a name, begins to breathe again. After the ego dissolves its final disguise, a new silence appears, a kind of clarity that feels both empty and full. Yet, in that silence, something else stirs, a longing, a pull towards something meaningful. It's not the grasping kind of want that once ruled your mind. It's quieter, deeper, almost sacred. You start to sense that desire itself isn't the enemy. What if some desires aren't distractions, but directions? What if the call you feel isn't attachment, but your dharma, the inner purpose life is asking you to fulfill? For centuries, spiritual teachings have warned against desire. They spoke of it as the root of suffering, the chain that binds the soul to endless craving. And yes, uncontrolled desire burns like fire. It consumes peace, breeds dissatisfaction, and multiplies grasping. But there is another kind of fire, the one that gives warmth, light, and direction. This fire doesn't enslave, it awakens. It is the sacred flame of Dharma, the soul's natural urge to express its truth. When the Buddha spoke about the end of suffering, he didn't say to destroy all desire. He said to understand it, to see clearly which desires lead to freedom and which lead to bondage. Not every longing is a trap. Some are the very force that pulls you closer to your higher path. The difference lies not in the object of desire, but in the state of consciousness behind it. Egoic desire says, "I need this to be complete." Dharma-centered desire whispers, "I am complete, but this is how I express that completeness." The first comes from lack, the second from abundance. The first clings, the second creates. When your desire arises from fear, comparison, or insecurity, it leads to suffering. But when it arises from inspiration, love, and a sense of service, it becomes sacred movement. You can feel the difference in your body. Egoic desire is restless. It tightens your chest, rushes your thoughts, makes you anxious to arrive. Dharma desire feels steady. It expands your heart, grounds your energy, and moves you forward with calm conviction. One consumes you, the other channels you. Desire becomes Dharma when it is not about possession, but participation. You no longer want to grab from life, but to join it, to contribute your voice to the universal rhythm. The musician who feels called to create isn't chasing fame. They're answering the rhythm that moves through them. The healer who feels drawn to ease others' pain isn't seeking control. They're aligning with compassion. When desire and selflessness merge, Dharma is born. This kind of desire doesn't reject effort. It simply removes anxiety from it. You work, you strive, you create, but without desperation. The joy is in the doing, not just the achieving. When action itself becomes fulfilling, you know desire has turned into Dharma. That's why masters can work tirelessly without exhaustion. Their energy doesn't leak into fear of failure or hunger for approval. It flows cleanly, guided by purpose. In truth, Dharma is the alignment between inner truth and outer action. It's when your life stops fighting itself. You no longer have one voice that says, "I should," and another that says, "I mustn't." The noise quiets because your doing and your being have finally met. You stop asking, "What should I do with my life?" and start asking, "What is life trying to express through me?" Every being has Dharma, but not everyone listens. Most people confuse the voice of Dharma with the voice of desire because both speak in the language of longing. The difference is that egoic desire pushes, Dharma pulls. Egoic desire demands attention, Dharma invites it. Egoic desire seeks recognition, Dharma seeks realization. The first ends in exhaustion, the second in expansion. To find your Dharma, you must look at the pattern of what brings you alive without harming you or others. True purpose always nourishes. It uplifts the heart rather than inflates the ego. You'll know you're close to Dharma when you feel both peace and energy at the same time, a quiet excitement that asks nothing but your full presence. Desire becomes a teacher when you approach it with awareness. Ask yourself, where is this coming from? Fear or freedom? Wanting to escape or wanting to serve? Every craving can reveal something deeper if you trace it to its root. For example, the desire for wealth might hide a longing for safety or contribution. The desire for recognition might hide a need for connection. When you uncover the true need beneath, the energy becomes clean. It transforms from craving to clarity. In Buddhist psychology, this process is called right intention. It's not about denying desire, but purifying it. Right intention means aligning your motives with compassion, honesty, and awareness. When you act from that place, even the simplest desire, cooking, teaching, building, parenting, becomes part of your spiritual path. Many misunderstand detachment as rejecting ambition, but detachment and Dharma are allies, not opposites. Detachment prevents your purpose from turning into obsession. It keeps your work sacred rather than egoic. You pursue your calling fully, but without gripping the outcome. You give your best, release the rest. That balance makes you unstoppable, because nothing can control your peace anymore. Not failure, not success. The Bhagavad Gita describes this as acting without attachment to the fruits of action. It doesn't say to stop acting, it says to act with pure focus and surrender. This is Dharma in motion, commitment without compulsion. You give everything you have, and yet you remain free. When desire aligns with Dharma, even struggle becomes sacred. The artist facing rejection, the healer facing fatigue, the parent facing sleepless nights, all of them are walking their path. Pain doesn't mean they're off course, it means growth is refining them. Ego seeks comfort, Dharma seeks evolution. One wants ease, the other wants truth. That's why Dharma sometimes leads you through fire, not to burn you, but to forge you. To follow Dharma is to live truthfully, even when it costs you. Many lose themselves chasing external approval. They silence their calling because it doesn't fit the world's definition of success, but ignoring Dharma has its own suffering, the quiet ache of unfulfilled potential. You might achieve much and still feel empty because what you built wasn't aligned with your essence. Real peace doesn't come from success alone, it comes from congruence. When desire becomes Dharma, you stop chasing purpose as something outside you. You start expressing purpose as something within you. Life stops being a race and becomes a rhythm. You realize that every small act, sweeping the floor, comforting a friend, writing a sentence, can be infused with purpose if done with awareness and love. One way to recognize Dharma is through ease in effort. The work might be challenging, but it doesn't feel forced. You lose track of time. Your actions feel guided by something larger. That's not laziness, that's flow, the natural state of alignment. In that state, your energy replenishes instead of depletes because you are moving with your nature, not against it. You can also identify Dharma through repetition. Life keeps bringing you back to certain themes: teaching, healing, creating, organizing, protecting, exploring. No matter how far you wander, you're drawn back. That's the universe's way of redirecting you to your purpose. When you ignore these calls, life feels dull. When you follow them, synchronicities start appearing. Opportunities open where resistance used to live. But even sacred desire can sour if you forget humility. Dharma isn't about feeling special, it's about being useful. If you start believing your purpose makes you superior, you've already fallen back into ego's grip. True Dharma serves, not shows. It uplifts others, not just the self. The more aligned you are, the less you talk about it, because the joy of doing is reward enough. It's important to understand that Dharma evolves. What was true for you yesterday may not be true tomorrow. Clinging to an old version of purpose becomes another form of attachment. The wise stay alert to inner shifts. They don't identify with the role, but with the consciousness behind it. Today, your dharma might be to lead. Tomorrow, it might be to listen. Both are sacred when done with awareness. Desire becomes a burden only when it stops moving. When you try to freeze it, to turn inspiration into identity, stagnation begins. The artist who clings to their style, the teacher who refuses to learn, the lover who fears change, all suffer because they mistake expression for essence. Dharma lives in motion. It breathes, adapts, evolves. To stay aligned, keep returning to the present moment. Ask yourself daily, what wants to be expressed through me now? Not what made sense last year, not what earns applause today, but what feels true now. Dharma is not a fixed job description. It's a living dialogue between you and existence. The moment you stop listening, you drift back into ego. There's also a profound truth hidden in service. When you use your desires to benefit others, you free yourself from their grasp. The energy that once fed craving now feeds connection. You turn from consumer to contributor. The same force that could enslave you becomes the very thing that liberates you. Even desire for enlightenment can become dharma when it's rooted in sincerity, not superiority. When you seek awakening, not to escape life, but to serve it better, your practice becomes pure. You're no longer chasing an identity of being spiritual. You're simply aligning with truth, because truth heals. One of the great paradoxes of Dharma is that fulfillment comes not from getting what you want, but from becoming what you're meant to be. When that transformation happens, external rewards may or may not follow, but it no longer matters. You feel whole regardless of outcomes. You understand that meaning isn't given by the world, it's generated from within. There's a quiet contentment that arises when desire matures into Dharma. You no longer wake up dreading the day or grasping for purpose. You rise with a kind of gratitude that doesn't need explanation. You know your place in the web of life, not above it, not below it, but within it. Every action, no matter how small, becomes sacred participation in the unfolding of existence. This state doesn't mean life becomes easy. It means struggle gains meaning. Challenges turn into teachers. Even setbacks refine purpose instead of erasing it. You start to see that every closed door pushes you toward a truer path. The universe stops feeling random because you're aligned with its rhythm. When desire becomes Dharma, you don't suppress longing. You sanctify it. You let it guide you towards service, creativity, and awakening. You stop running from desire as if it's poison, and you stop worshipping it as if it's God. You hold it gently, listen deeply, and act wisely. That balance is where freedom lives. And when you live this way, detachment no longer means rejection of the world. It means moving through it with a clear heart. You can want things without worshipping them. You can act passionately without losing peace. You can build, love, dream, and still remain free. That's the mature state of spirit. Not cold, not craving, but consciously alive. Desire was never the enemy. The misunderstanding was. The problem was never that you wanted. It was that you forgot why you wanted. Once you remember that every true desire is life's way of moving you closer to its own perfection, the struggle ends. You stop fighting yourself. You start cooperating with existence. And maybe that's the ultimate secret, that the same force that once pulled you into suffering can, when purified, pull you into enlightenment. The same fire that once burned you can now light your way home. Because when desire becomes Dharma, your life stops being about chasing fulfillment. It becomes the fulfillment itself. When desire matures into Dharma, peace begins to take root. Not because you no longer feel, but because you finally stop fighting what you feel. Up until now, the journey has been about learning to release, to align, to trust the natural rhythm of life. But even when your mind understands this, your emotions often resist. The heart still aches, the chest still tightens, and the mind still says, "Not this." Yet, this resistance, the refusal to feel what arises, is the very thing that chains us to suffering. In Buddhism, liberation isn't the absence of emotion. It's freedom from the war against emotion. The greatest misunderstanding is that enlightenment means becoming untouched by feelings. In truth, awakening means being so deeply present with every emotion that resistance dissolves completely. You don't suppress anger or sadness. You see through them. You allow them to move, to breathe, to complete their natural cycle without interference. Emotions are not your enemy. They are waves of energy designed to pass through you. They arise, peak, and fade, unless you resist them. The moment you resist, the wave freezes. What could have been a moment of sadness becomes a story of suffering. What could have been a passing fear becomes an identity. I am afraid the emotion itself doesn't trap you. Your relationship to it does. The Buddha called this process tanha, craving and aversion. Craving is clinging to pleasant emotions. Aversion is rejecting unpleasant ones. Both create bondage. You suffer when you try to prolong happiness, and you suffer when you try to escape pain. Freedom lies not in controlling emotion, but in allowing it without clinging or rejecting. It sounds simple, but it is the hardest practice of all because the human mind is addicted to control. The truth is that every emotion is neutral until thought labels it. Anger itself isn't wrong. It's energy asking to be seen. Fear isn't weakness. It's the body alerting you to attention. Grief isn't punishment. It's love trying to find space to release. When you meet emotion without judgment, it softens. When you meet it with awareness, it transforms. Emotional resistance, however, is the attempt to change, justify, or suppress what is already here. That effort keeps the emotion alive far longer than its natural life. Think of the body as a river. Emotions are currents passing through. When you dam the river with resistance, the water stagnates, pressure builds, and pain accumulates. When you open the flow through awareness, breath, and non-judgment, the current cleanses itself. You don't have to fix the water, you only need to stop blocking it. Non-resistance is not passivity. It's intelligent cooperation with reality. When you allow emotion, you don't indulge it. You witness it. You let the body feel it fully, while the mind stays still. You stop telling the story about the emotion and start feeling the energy of the emotion. This shift changes everything. Anger turns into clarity. Sadness turns into tenderness. Fear turns into awareness. The raw energy that once enslaved you becomes a bridge back to consciousness. The Buddhist understanding of emotion is scientific in its precision. Every emotion has a birth, a peak, and a dissolution. The natural lifespan of an emotion, when not resisted, is incredibly short. Neuroscientists confirm that most emotional waves last about 90 seconds in the body before subsiding. What keeps them alive for hours or days is mental replay. You resurrect the emotion through thought, story, and identification. Awareness ends that cycle. You let the emotion rise, peak, and pass without grabbing it. The practice begins with recognition. The moment emotion arises, name it gently. Anger is here, fear is here, sadness is here. Naming it disarms it. You separate awareness from reaction. The key is to use simple language without self-judgment. Not, "I am angry," but "anger is present." Not, "I am depressed," but "sadness is visiting." That subtle shift reminds you that you are not the emotion, you are the space it moves through. Next comes allowing. Let the emotion express itself in sensation. Feel where it lives in your body, the tight jaw, the heavy chest, the restless stomach. Let breath touch that space. Don't analyze or justify. Don't try to make it go away. Let it be raw. The mind will resist, saying, "I don't want this." But stay. The energy will shift. Emotions are like children knocking at the door. They only scream louder when ignored. Once you open the door, they quiet down and move on. Then comes inquiry. Ask the emotion, "What are you showing me?" Sometimes it reveals a forgotten wound, a boundary crossed, a truth suppressed. Every emotion has intelligence. Anger protects what is sacred. Fear guards the unknown. Sadness cleanses attachments. Joy reconnects you to presence. When you stop resisting, emotions become teachers rather than tyrants. In daily life, non-resistance transforms how you relate to people. When someone criticizes you, resistance rushes to defend. The mind says, "I must be right." But if you pause and allow the sting of discomfort, you might see that criticism is just sound meeting expectation. Without resistance, the moment ends there. You learn what's useful and release what's not. You stay free instead of reactive. This approach also heals relationships. When you resist your partner's emotions, you turn connection into conflict. You try to fix their sadness or silence their anger. But if you can sit in presence, feeling your own discomfort while allowing theirs, love deepens. Compassion grows when you stop treating feelings as problems to solve. The space of acceptance becomes the field where both hearts can rest. Non-resistance is especially vital in grief. The mind wants closure. The heart wants relief. Resistance creates pressure between the two. You try to move on before the heart is ready. You label your pain as weakness. But grief has its own rhythm. When you surrender to it fully, it softens naturally. The tears you resist harden into numbness. The tears you allow wash you clean. The science of emotional freedom lies in awareness without interference. In Buddhism, this is called mindfulness of feeling. It's the practice of observing sensations and emotions as they arise, persist, and pass away. You neither cling to pleasure nor flee from pain. You rest as the witness. This witnessing is not detached indifference. It's luminous awareness, fully alive, yet untouched. When you master this, emotional storms no longer control you. The wind still blows, but your roots deepen. You stop being afraid of feelings. Joy, fear, anger, sadness, all become guests you can host with dignity. You no longer measure peace by how calm life looks, but by how freely emotion moves through you. There is profound power in allowing pain without labeling it wrong. Resistance multiplies pain because it adds fear to discomfort. Pain says, "This hurts." Resistance says, "This should not be happening." The second statement turns sensation into suffering. When you drop the second line, what remains is pure experience, sometimes intense, but clean. Emotional non-resistance also reveals hidden attachments. Every emotion you avoid shows what you secretly cling to. Avoiding sadness means clinging to happiness. Avoiding fear means clinging to control. Avoiding anger means clinging to approval. By allowing every feeling, you break these hidden chains one by one. The heart becomes lighter because it no longer fears itself. The Buddha's path to liberation isn't about escaping humanity. It's about inhabiting it fully. When you can feel everything without drowning, you are free. That freedom doesn't come from numbing emotion, but from understanding its nature. You see that emotion, like all phenomena, is impermanent. What arises must pass. This insight isn't intellectual, it's experiential. You watch it happen again and again until it becomes your second nature. A key part of this practice is compassion for yourself. When intense emotions arise, the ego often says, "I shouldn't feel this." But self-judgment is resistance in disguise. Compassion means holding yourself the way a wise friend would, with warmth, patience, and care. You say, "It's okay to feel this." That simple permission begins the healing. Meditation helps train this capacity. When you sit in silence, emotions surface: boredom, restlessness, anxiety. Many think meditation is about pushing them away, but real meditation is the opposite. It's about letting everything arise and watching without preference. The mind may scream, "This is uncomfortable," yet awareness stays still. Over time, the body learns that no feeling is fatal. The nervous system begins to trust openness. This emotional intelligence ripples into every aspect of life. You stop needing constant distraction because stillness no longer feels threatening. You stop reacting impulsively because you can hold tension without exploding. You start responding instead of reacting. This shift marks the birth of emotional maturity, the ability to feel deeply and act wisely. One of the most liberating realizations is that emotion and awareness are not separate. Awareness is not something you apply to emotion. It is the space that emotion arises within. When you stop dividing the two, emotions lose their grip. The waves move, but the ocean remains unchanged. You stop being the one who struggles with feelings and become the awareness that holds them. This understanding also dissolves guilt and shame. Guilt says, "I shouldn't feel angry." Shame says, There's something wrong with me for feeling this. Awareness says, anger is arising. Let it be seen. In that seeing, guilt loses its voice and shame evaporates. Awareness doesn't condemn, it includes. Inclusion heals. In Buddhism, compassion, karuna, and wisdom, prajna, are inseparable. Compassion allows emotion. Wisdom understands its impermanence. Together, they create balance, the warm heart and the clear mind. Without compassion, wisdom becomes cold. Without wisdom, compassion becomes heavy. Non-resistance is their meeting point, heart open, mind clear. You might ask, if I stop resisting emotion, won't I become overwhelmed? The opposite happens. Resistance is what creates overwhelm. When you fight emotion, energy builds up. When you allow it, energy flows. Overwhelm is a sign of blockage, not abundance. Once you stop fighting, emotion moves through you like breath. You realize that peace is not the absence of intensity, but the ability to stay open through it. This practice even changes how you experience joy. Most people cling to joy, fearing its loss. That clinging turns pleasure into anxiety. But when you meet joy with the same openness as pain, it deepens. You don't try to hold it. You savor it. You know it will pass, and that very impermanence makes it sacred. Joy stops being a goal and becomes a moment of grace. The science of emotional non-resistance is really the science of life itself. Everything flows in cycles: birth, growth, decay, renewal. Resisting emotion is resisting life's movement. The more you fight, the more exhausted you become. The more you allow, the more energy returns. You discover that emotions are not interruptions to peace. They are expressions of it, waves revealing the ocean's depth. When you live this way, you become trustworthy to yourself. You no longer fear what you might feel. You can face heartbreak, failure, uncertainty, and still stay centered. That reliability is true confidence, not arrogance, but the quiet knowing that nothing inside you needs to be hidden or controlled. As you grow in this understanding, your compassion for others expands naturally. You start to see that everyone is fighting their own resistance, pushing away fear, denying sadness, numbing pain. You don't judge them, you understand them, and through your presence, you show them another way, not through advice, but through being fully there, grounded, open, real. Ultimately, emotional non-resistance is the art of becoming transparent to life. Nothing sticks because nothing is resisted. Experiences move through you, leaving wisdom instead of scars. You live lighter, breathe easier, love deeper. You begin to see that liberation was never somewhere else. It was here all along, hidden beneath the layers of what you refused to feel. And when you finally stop fighting your feelings, something extraordinary happens. The space that opens inside you, that calm, vast, luminous awareness, is not just peace. It is truth itself. The one who resists dissolves, and what remains is presence, not cold, not distant, but alive, compassionate, and free. That is the science of emotional non-resistance, not an escape from emotion, but mastery through surrender. The moment you stop pushing life away, you realize that every feeling you once feared was a messenger leading you back home. When emotional non-resistance becomes natural, life starts to flow through you with a kind of ease that feels almost weightless. But in that peace, there lies a subtle danger, a temptation to mistake stillness for indifference. Many seekers, after tasting quiet, begin to fear intensity again. They confuse calm with detachment from life itself. They pull away from emotion, from people, from passion, thinking they're protecting their peace. But what they're really doing is freezing it. The heart grows silent, yes, but it stops singing. There's a difference between peace and numbness, and understanding that difference is one of the most important lessons on the path. Equanimity, the balanced mind that Buddhism celebrates, is not about being unaffected. It's about being undisturbed while still fully alive. Apathy, on the other hand, is the death of engagement. It's the absence of care disguised as calm. Equanimity stands in the middle of fire and breathes steadily. Apathy avoids the fire altogether. One expands the heart, the other shuts it down. The line between the two can be razor thin because both feel quiet on the surface. But the quiet of equanimity is warm, aware, and open. The quiet of apathy is cold, disconnected, and closed. One arises from wisdom, the other from fear. When you feel truly equanimous, you still feel everything: pain, joy, loss, beauty. But you are no longer enslaved by it. When you are apathetic, you stop feeling altogether. You don't transcend emotion, you escape it. The Buddhist path calls this balance upekkha, a mind that remains steady in the face of change. It's not the mind that shuts down when things hurt, but the one that stays awake through pain. It's the ability to say, yes, this too, without collapsing. True detachment, then, is not rejection of passion, but purification of it. It removes the poison of craving and leaves behind the essence of love. Passion without attachment is not an oxymoron. It's a higher refinement of energy. Most people experience passion as obsession, an all-consuming drive to possess or control. But pure passion, born from equanimity, burns steady rather than wild. It is fire contained in a lamp instead of a forest. It illuminates rather than destroys. It's the kind of passion that gives energy to your purpose without draining your soul. Apathy, by contrast, is the residue of unhealed pain. People become numb not because they've evolved, but because they've been wounded and didn't know how to stay open through it. The mind tells them, if I don't care, I won't hurt. And so they build walls around their sensitivity. Those walls may protect, but they also suffocate. Peace cannot live behind armor. It needs exposure to breathe. Equanimity is what happens when you heal enough to no longer need armor. It's easy to think that spiritual growth means becoming detached from everything, but real wisdom doesn't make you less human. It makes you more human. You laugh easier, cry deeper, love freer. You can walk through chaos without being swept away, not because you're indifferent, but because you're anchored. Apathy numbs. Equanimity roots. To cultivate equanimity, you must first see through your habitual reactions. Most people bounce between clinging and aversion, chasing what feels good, running from what feels bad. Equanimity arises when you stay still long enough to see that both impulses are the same movement of mind. When you no longer chase or flee, reality reveals itself as it is. That acceptance is not resignation, it's clarity. Equanimity allows you to act with precision. Because your vision is not distorted by emotional extremes, your response becomes wise. When you're angry, you can speak truth without cruelty. When you're afraid, you can act cautiously without paralysis. When you're joyful, you can celebrate without grasping. This steadiness is not the dullness of apathy, it's the strength of maturity. In relationships, this balance is crucial. Apathy makes you distant, unwilling to engage, afraid to be touched by another's emotion. Equanimity lets you be present without being overwhelmed. You can listen to someone's pain without drowning in it. You can love without needing ownership. That's why equanimity deepens intimacy, while apathy destroys it. True presence doesn't withdraw, it holds space. The heart of equanimity lies in understanding impermanence. When you deeply know that everything changes, joy, sorrow, praise, blame, you stop clinging to one side and fearing the other. You stop demanding that life stay pleasant and start trusting its rhythm. Apathy says, nothing matters. Equanimity says, everything matters, but nothing is mine to control. That single shift in understanding transforms how you live. When you practice equanimity, even passion becomes service. You no longer create art, love, or goals to prove worth. You do them because expression is your nature. Detachment refines passion by removing ego. What's left is creativity, devotion, and sincerity. That's why enlightened beings radiate such quiet power. They are fully engaged, yet their energy carries no tension. Apathy drains color from life. It flattens experience into gray neutrality. Equanimity, however, heightens color because you can finally see clearly. When you stop judging emotion as good or bad, you begin to perceive the texture of reality in its full richness. Even sadness becomes beautiful in its honesty. You learn to meet life not as something to fix, but as something to feel. In daily practice, cultivating equanimity starts with awareness of your triggers. Notice what disturbs your balance: a harsh word, a delay, a disappointment. Instead of reacting, breathe into the space between stimulus and response. That breath is your bridge. In that pause, you can choose presence over habit. The mind quiets and a deeper intelligence takes over. Meditation trains this capacity. When thoughts and sensations arise during meditation, the goal is not to chase pleasant ones or suppress unpleasant ones. You simply observe. You allow the rise and fall, trusting that everything self-liberates when left alone. Over time, this habit extends beyond the cushion. Life itself becomes meditation, movement through change without losing center. Apathy thrives on avoidance. It feeds on the belief that feeling is weakness. But the strongest people are not those who feel less. They're those who feel fully and stay steady. Equanimity teaches emotional resilience by showing that no feeling can destroy you if you meet it consciously. Even grief becomes sacred when you allow it to flow without story. The modern world often mistakes numbness for strength. We celebrate those who stay unbothered, who appear unaffected, as if sensitivity were a flaw. But sensitivity is the soul's intelligence. It's the doorway to empathy, creativity, and love. Equanimity doesn't dull sensitivity, it sharpens it. You become more aware, not less, more responsive, not reactive. To live with equanimity is to walk with an open heart and a clear mind. The heart feels everything. The mind doesn't panic. They work together, in harmony. This is why equanimity is often compared to the stillness of the ocean beneath the surface waves. The surface moves, that's life. But deep down, the water remains calm, holding all motion without losing itself. One way to test where you stand between apathy and equanimity is to notice how you respond to others' suffering. If you turn away, thinking, "It's not my concern," that's apathy. If you stay present and act from compassion without despair, that's equanimity. The first avoids, the second embraces wisely. There is also a false kind of peace that many mistake for enlightenment. It appears calm, but it's built on avoidance. You retreat from challenge, isolate yourself, or keep relationships shallow so nothing can disturb your quiet. But true peace doesn't need protection. It survives engagement. It walks into the market, the noise, the heartbreak, and remains whole. Equanimity also refines action. When you're not tossed around by emotion, your choices come from clarity, not compulsion. You don't overreact, nor do you freeze. You act appropriately to the moment. This responsiveness is what makes equanimity dynamic, not passive. It's the mind's way of dancing with life's rhythm instead of tripping over it. In leadership, equanimity is power. A calm mind can hold multiple perspectives without bias. It can make decisions based on truth rather than fear. Apathy, by contrast, disconnects leaders from empathy. They become cold strategists rather than wise guides. Balance between compassion and composure creates trust. People follow calm that cares. On the spiritual path, apathy often masquerades as wisdom when someone becomes tired of effort. They say, "Nothing matters," to avoid disappointment. But apathy doesn't end suffering. It just hides it under numbness. Equanimity, however, transforms suffering into insight. It teaches that every rise and fall is part of awakening. There's nothing to suppress, only to understand. The energy of equanimity feels alive in the body. It's relaxed, yet alert. The breath is deep, the shoulders open, the heartbeat steady. The energy of apathy, however, feels dull and heavy. The breath is shallow, the body slouches inward. Awareness of this difference in your physical state can guide you back to balance. The body often knows the truth before the mind admits it. Equanimity does not mean you stop caring about the world. It means you care wisely. You serve without burnout because you no longer carry the illusion that everything depends on you. You offer what you can, knowing that outcomes belong to karma. Apathy withdraws from service. Equanimity serves from love, not from guilt or pride. Even in creative work, this balance matters. The apathetic artist loses inspiration, seeing creation as meaningless. The equanimous artist creates freely, not to chase applause, but to honor the muse. Their art breathes authenticity because it arises from balance. When the ego no longer dictates, creativity flows unhindered. The deeper you go into practice, the subtler the ego becomes. It can wear the mask of calm to avoid vulnerability. It says, "I'm detached," while secretly fearing loss. The test of equanimity is this: when life shakes you, can you stay soft instead of hard? True stillness bends, it doesn't break. Equanimity also redefines success. You stop measuring it by victory or failure. You measure it by presence. Did you act with integrity? Did you remain centered? Did you stay kind? When those answers are yes, success has already happened, regardless of outcome. Apathy doesn't even ask these questions because it stopped caring long ago. One of the most beautiful aspects of equanimity is that it coexists with joy. Not the fleeting joy of pleasure, but the deep joy of being alive. This joy has no reason. It's the natural fragrance of awareness. When you rest in equanimity, even silence feels radiant. Apathy has no such joy. It is sterile, a field where nothing grows. To cultivate equanimity, practice meeting every experience, pleasant or painful, with the same simple acknowledgement. This too belongs. The heart relaxes when you stop dividing life into good and bad. You see that everything has a role in your awakening. Even discomfort becomes sacred when viewed through equanimity. Over time, this practice dissolves fear. You stop fearing loss because you know you can stay balanced through it. You stop fearing success because you know it won't own you. You stop fearing love because you no longer confuse attachment with connection. Freedom grows quietly in that balance. At the highest level, equanimity is love without conditions. It is compassion without exhaustion, joy without grasping, peace without withdrawal. You engage with life wholeheartedly, yet nothing sticks. You touch everything and hold nothing. The heart remains open, the mind clear, and the soul unburdened. Apathy closes the door to both pain and beauty. Equanimity opens the door to everything and stands unshaken. That's the hidden line between peace and numbness. One shrinks from life, the other embraces it fully. To live in equanimity is to burn brightly without burning out, to love deeply without losing yourself, and to walk through every storm with an untouchable calm that is not empty, but luminous. When you reach this point, you no longer fear feeling too much or too little. You trust your center, knowing it can hold anything. And in that trust, you discover that peace was never the absence of movement. It was the stillness that could dance. When the mind learns to rest in balance, not too rigid, not too soft, something remarkable begins to reveal itself. You start noticing that even equanimity itself moves. Peace flickers, emotions shift, the body changes, relationships evolve, thoughts rise and fade like breath. At first, this feels unsettling, as if stability keeps slipping away. But then a deeper recognition dawns. This movement is stability. Change isn't a problem to fix, it's the pulse of existence itself. To resist it is to resist life. Impermanence is often misunderstood as something sad, a reminder that we will lose what we love. But in truth, it is the very force that makes love possible, because everything changes, every moment becomes precious. Because nothing lasts, beauty becomes meaningful. The heart learns to hold life softly, not in fear of losing it, but in gratitude for being allowed to experience it at all. Buddhism teaches that impermanence, or anicca, is not a theory to accept intellectually, but a truth to see directly. Every breath proves it. No two are the same. Every sunrise, every heartbeat, every thought that passes through your mind, each is a small death and rebirth. The person you were yesterday exists only in memory. The one reading these words is already becoming someone new. To see this clearly is not despair. It is liberation from the illusion of permanence that keeps you clinging and afraid. When you resist impermanence, you suffer because you are trying to hold still what is built to move. You want relationships to stay the same, bodies to remain young, emotions to stay pleasant. But the more you grip, the more you feel them slipping away. The law of impermanence is not cruel, it's impartial. It moves through all things equally: joy, pain, success, failure. Once you stop fighting that law, life stops feeling like a battle. It becomes a dance. Every attachment you have is rooted in a denial of change. You suffer when you want something to last forever. Yet, if it did, it would lose its vitality. The sweetness of a flower is in its blooming and fading. The tenderness of love is in its fragility. Even the joy of a moment comes from knowing it won't repeat exactly the same way again. The wise don't cling to beauty. They savor it fully because they know it's fleeting. This understanding transforms how you relate to loss. Loss stops being a punishment and becomes a teacher. When you lose something, a person, a phase of life, a version of yourself, it isn't just gone. It has completed its work. It has fulfilled its purpose in your evolution. You don't have to chase it or curse it. You simply bow in gratitude and continue walking. Every ending carries within it the seed of a beginning. Impermanence is also the foundation of hope. Because nothing lasts, no pain can last forever. No mistake defines you permanently. No situation is beyond change. Even despair shifts when you stay present long enough. The seasons prove it every year. Death in winter is not the end. It is preparation for spring. When you truly understand this, you stop fearing endings. You start trusting the cycles. In moments of grief, impermanence feels cruel because the heart wants permanence where none exists. But even grief, when allowed, transforms. It opens tenderness, empathy, and wisdom. Grief is love that no longer has a direction, searching for new expression. When you stop resisting its flow, it teaches you to love more deeply, not less. Every tear honors impermanence by acknowledging that something beautiful once existed. The recognition of change also humbles the ego. The mind loves to say, "I am this," or "I will always be that." But the truth is, you are a process, not a product. You are the river, not the rock. When you try to fix your identity, to define yourself permanently, you suffer whenever life moves beyond that definition. Growth becomes frightening because it threatens who you think you are. But impermanence whispers, "You were never one thing anyway." Freedom begins the moment you stop defending your past self and allow yourself to keep becoming. Even your thoughts and opinions are impermanent. What you were sure about 5 years ago might now feel uncertain. What angered you once may now seem trivial. This fluidity isn't weakness, it's evolution. A flexible mind is an awakened mind. Rigidity belongs to the ego, which fears loss of control. Awareness flows like water. It adapts without losing its essence. When you accept impermanence, your relationship with time changes. You stop rushing toward the future or clinging to the past. You live in the vivid now, knowing it's all that ever truly exists. The present moment is both fleeting and eternal. Fleeting because it changes instantly. Eternal because it's the only place where life actually happens. When you inhabit this moment fully, the anxiety that comes from grasping disappears. You're not chasing permanence anymore. You're participating in aliveness. This understanding doesn't make you detached from life. It makes you intimate with it. You start noticing details you once ignored, the way light moves through leaves, the sound of footsteps fading, the feeling of breath entering and leaving your body. Awareness sharpens because you no longer take anything for granted. Impermanence becomes the reason you pay attention. The practice of mindfulness is, at its core, a training in impermanence. Each time you observe a thought arising and fading, you are witnessing change directly. Each time you feel an emotion come and go, you are experiencing the truth of anicca. Over time, this observation dissolves the illusion of solidity. You realize that nothing, not your thoughts, not your body, not even your pain, is fixed. Everything is movement, vibration, flow. Understanding impermanence also reshapes how you approach goals and success. You still create, work, and build, but you do so knowing that outcomes will shift. You stop depending on results for happiness because you know they too are temporary. Instead, you find joy in the process, in the act of creation itself. Success no longer defines you. It simply visits for a while. Failure no longer destroys you. It too moves on. This frees you to engage with life more playfully, less fearfully. When you grasp impermanence deeply, compassion grows naturally. You see that everyone, even those who hurt you, is caught in the same flow of change. People evolve, sometimes painfully. Anger softens into understanding when you realize that the person who wronged you yesterday might not be the same person today. Forgiveness becomes easier when you stop demanding that others remain fixed in their mistakes. Impermanence also deepens gratitude. You stop waiting for perfect conditions to appreciate life. You understand that what you love may vanish at any moment, so you love more fully. Now gratitude becomes immediate, not postponed for some future achievement or milestone. You thank the morning light because you know you won't see this exact one again. You thank the meal, the laugh, the breath, all small, transient miracles. At a deeper level, impermanence reveals that clinging to permanence is the root of fear. The fear of death, the fear of loss, the fear of change, all stem from the illusion that stability can be secured. The truth is, life is motion. Death is not a flaw in the system, it is part of its design. Every cell in your body dies and is reborn constantly. Every moment is renewal in disguise. To embrace impermanence is to make peace with death, not as an end, but as transformation. This understanding dissolves existential anxiety. You no longer need to control what comes next. You stop asking, "What will happen to me?" and start living the answer in every breath. The me you're trying to protect is already changing. Once you see that, fear loses its hold. You become less interested in securing your existence and more interested in expressing it. Impermanence also teaches the futility of comparison. When you realize that every person's life is in flux, you stop measuring yours against theirs. Everyone is in transition, some visible, some hidden. The success you envy will fade, the pain you pity will transform. Comparison collapses because you see that no one stays still long enough to be compared. Life isn't a race, it's a tide. On a collective level, impermanence is the engine of evolution. Civilizations rise and fall, ideas evolve, technologies advance, cultures shift. When societies cling to old forms, decay begins. Growth requires letting go, just as trees shed leaves to make room for new life. Resistance to change creates suffering, not just individually, but globally. The wisdom of impermanence is what allows renewal, in systems, in humanity, in consciousness itself. In relationships, impermanence brings honesty. You stop expecting people to fill permanent roles. You learn to appreciate the version of them that exists now, not the one you wish to preserve. When love is rooted in awareness of change, it becomes flexible and real. You stop saying, "Don't ever change," and start saying, "Let's grow together." The fear of losing love transforms into gratitude for having shared it. The same truth applies to self-love. You stop demanding that you always be confident, productive, or peaceful. You make room for your own evolution. Some days you expand, some days you contract. Both are natural. Self-acceptance becomes easier when you stop measuring yourself against a fixed idea of who you should be. The beauty of impermanence is that it reveals the eternal through the temporary. The forms change, bodies, seasons, emotions, but the awareness witnessing them remains constant. You start to sense something unchanging behind all change, the space in which everything arises and dissolves. This is not a thing to grasp, but a presence to notice. When you touch that awareness, the fear of loss disappears because you see that what you truly are cannot vanish. This is why the Buddha called impermanence the doorway to nirvana. Seeing that everything changes doesn't make life meaningless, it makes it luminous. It removes the weight of trying to hold or control what cannot be held. You begin to live with lightness, moving with the current instead of against it. Practicing this awareness in everyday life means treating each moment as both first and last. You speak kindly because you know words linger only for a moment. You forgive quickly because resentment wastes the limited time you have. You live awake because you understand that this exact configuration of life, these faces, these sensations, this sunlight, will never repeat. Awareness turns ordinary moments into sacred encounters. Even suffering transforms under the lens of impermanence. When pain feels unbearable, remember that it, too, is moving. You don't have to escape it. You only have to witness its movement. All storms pass when you stop trying to outrun them. Patience becomes natural when you trust change. This wisdom doesn't ask you to be passive. It invites you to participate fully. Knowing that everything changes doesn't mean you stop loving, building, or dreaming. It means you do all those things with open hands. You pour your heart into life without demanding permanence in return. You become like a musician who plays each note beautifully, not because it will last, but because it won't. Impermanence is not an idea to comfort you. It's a living truth to liberate you. When you embrace it, you stop being afraid of time. You stop resisting aging, endings, and uncertainty. Instead, you see them as parts of the same miracle that allows birth, renewal, and growth. You realize that life doesn't need to be permanent to be precious. It's precious because it's fleeting. The unseen wisdom of impermanence is that joy doesn't come from holding on. It comes from letting go gracefully. When you finally stop demanding that life stay the same, you become intimate with every changing moment. That intimacy is joy, not the loud, ecstatic kind, but the quiet contentment that says, "This is enough, even as it changes." And so, impermanence stops being something to fear and becomes something to celebrate. Every breath, every ending, every new beginning is proof that existence is alive. The moment you truly understand that nothing stays, you stop clinging. And in that very release, you discover the kind of happiness that can never be lost. When the truth of impermanence finally settles into the heart, something tender begins to awaken. Instead of holding life at a distance, you start to meet it with gentleness. You understand that because everything changes, every being deserves compassion. The awareness of impermanence doesn't harden you, it softens you. You begin to see that love was never meant to be possession. It was always meant to be presence. The more deeply you accept that nothing and no one can truly belong to you, the more freely you are able to love. This is the paradox at the heart of Buddhist compassion. Detachment does not make love smaller, it makes it purer. The word karuna in Buddhism means compassion, but not the sentimental kind that clings or pities. It is the clear, boundless care that arises when you see the suffering and beauty of life without fear. It is love without conditions, not because you are detached from feeling, but because you are free from ownership. Most people love with chains. You are mine. You complete me. I can't live without you. Beneath those words hides fear. Fear of abandonment, fear of loss, fear of not being enough. That fear distorts love into attachment, and attachment always carries the seed of suffering. True compassion, however, has no demand. It loves for the sake of love itself. It asks nothing in return, not even recognition. It flows naturally, like sunlight warming whatever it touches. When you love without owning, you stop confusing closeness with control. You no longer need to possess someone to feel secure. Instead, you cultivate connection through understanding, trust, and respect. You give others the freedom to change, to leave, to become who they need to be. And strangely, that freedom makes the bond deeper, not weaker, because when someone knows they are loved without pressure, they can finally be authentic. This kind of love requires courage. It asks you to face your deepest insecurity, the fear of loss, and see it clearly. But once you do, you realize that love doesn't end when forms change. The body may die, relationships may end, but the care remains. Compassion transcends circumstance because it's not attached to outcome. It's not about keeping someone forever. It's about wishing them well, always. The Buddha described compassion as the natural response of an awakened heart. When you see clearly that all beings experience pain and change, your heart opens naturally. You no longer separate yourself from others' suffering. You see that everyone is doing their best to navigate impermanence, just like you. From this understanding, kindness stops being an effort and becomes an instinct. Loving without owning also means loving without trying to fix. Many people think love means saving others from their pain, but that often comes from discomfort, not compassion. True compassion allows pain to exist without interference. It trusts that every person's journey is sacred, that even their suffering has purpose. Instead of rescuing, you accompany. You hold space, not solutions. This kind of love can exist even in silence. You don't have to speak or act all the time. Your presence is enough. A calm heart radiates peace that others can feel. When your love carries no hidden agenda, it heals simply by existing. People feel safe around those who love freely because there is no demand, no emotional debt, no pressure to perform. Buddhist compassion also teaches that loving yourself is not separate from loving others. Many try to be kind to everyone but themselves, thinking self-love is selfish. But how can you offer peace if you are at war with yourself? Compassion begins inward, with understanding your own pain, forgiving your own mistakes, holding yourself with patience. When you stop punishing yourself, you stop projecting punishment onto others. To love without owning, you must see relationships not as transactions, but as collaborations in growth. Every person who enters your life teaches you something about patience, about vulnerability, about detachment. Some stay, some leave, but each encounter shapes the heart. The purpose of relationship is not permanence, it's transformation. Once you accept that, you stop clinging and start appreciating. The beauty of compassionate detachment is that it doesn't remove emotion, it refines it. You can still feel joy, sadness, longing and affection, but beneath those feelings lies peace, not dependency. You no longer need someone to behave a certain way for you to stay kind. Your love becomes unconditional because it's anchored in understanding, not expectation. In Buddhist psychology, love is not possession, but recognition. The recognition that others, like you, want to be free from suffering. When you meet someone with this awareness, even a brief encounter can become sacred. A smile, a kind word, a simple act of listening. These are not small things. They are expressions of compassion, subtle ripples that touch the world. Attachment makes love fragile. When you cling, you create fear. Fear of rejection, fear of change. But compassion makes love strong. It has no fear because it doesn't depend on circumstances. It flows even when life is uncertain. It continues even when the relationship changes form. That's why the love of an awakened heart is fearless. It's rooted in truth, not illusion. This doesn't mean you stop feeling pain when someone leaves. Pain is natural. It's part of being human. The difference is that pain doesn't harden into suffering. You allow it, feel it fully, and let it pass. Compassion holds the pain gently, like a mother holding a crying child. It doesn't push it away or amplify it. It simply lets it be until it softens. In daily life, loving without owning means practicing mindfulness in relationships. When you speak, speak with awareness. When you listen, listen without preparing your reply. When you care, care without keeping score. Notice how the mind tries to turn love into a contract. I did this, so you owe me that. The moment you notice this tendency, breathe and release it. Love is not a bargain, it's a gift. To live this way, you must cultivate inner fullness. Attachment is born from emptiness, the feeling that something is missing. But when you are at peace with yourself, love becomes an overflow, not a search. You give because you are abundant, not because you are lacking. That's the secret to sustaining compassion without burnout, giving from wholeness, not from need. Buddhist compassion is also practical. It's not limited to relationships or meditation halls. It extends to how you treat strangers, animals, the planet. When you realize that all life is interconnected, kindness stops being selective. You can't harm another without harming yourself. This awareness naturally turns into gentle action, less waste, more patience, more care. Compassion becomes a way of living, not an occasional gesture. One of the most profound aspects of loving without owning is forgiveness. You forgive not because someone deserves it, but because clinging to resentment binds you. Holding anger is a form of ownership, an emotional claim over the past. When you let it go, you're not excusing behavior, you're freeing your heart. Compassion sees that even those who hurt you act from ignorance or pain. This understanding doesn't justify harm, but it removes hatred. The same compassion applies to yourself. You forgive your own past attachments, your mistakes, your moments of grasping. You see that every clinging was just a misdirected attempt to feel safe. There's no shame in that, only learning. Each time you release judgment, your heart becomes lighter. That lightness is the true sign of progress on the path. Loving without owning also transforms how you handle success and failure in love. When things go well, you celebrate without arrogance. When things fall apart, you mourn without despair. You see both as expressions of impermanence. You understand that love doesn't die when relationships end. It simply changes its form, sometimes into friendship, sometimes into memory, sometimes into quiet wisdom. The practice of compassion requires patience. The mind has been conditioned for lifetimes to cling. It will resist freedom because ownership feels safer, but the heart knows better. Every time you loosen your grip on people, on ideas, on the need to be right, the heart expands. Over time, that expansion becomes your natural state. You stop guarding love and start trusting it. Compassionate detachment doesn't mean being a saint who never gets hurt. It means staying open even when you are. It's easy to love when life is kind. The test is whether you can love when it's not. The Buddha taught that the highest form of compassion is not pity, but strength. The strength to keep the heart open in the face of suffering. When you do that, pain loses its power to close you. In the practice of loving kindness meditation, you extend goodwill to yourself, to loved ones, to strangers, and even to those who have harmed you. This gradual widening of the heart dissolves the illusion of separateness. You realize that love is not something you direct at someone, it's something you become. When you are love itself, ownership becomes meaningless. Every act of true compassion liberates both giver and receiver. You free others from your expectations, and you free yourself from disappointment. You love people for who they are, not for what they give you. This is the purest relationship, one rooted in mutual freedom. When two people meet from this space, their connection doesn't drain energy. It amplifies it. Such love is resilient because it's based on awareness, not fantasy. You no longer chase intensity or permanence. You value presence over possession, understanding over control. You realize that love is not something to be found. It's something to be practiced moment by moment. This form of love changes the world quietly. You don't need grand gestures or declarations. A peaceful heart influences its environment naturally. People around you feel calmer, safer, more open. Compassion spreads by resonance, not persuasion. The more you embody it, the more it multiplies without effort. In the end, loving without owning is not about losing attachment to people. It's about losing attachment to the illusion that love can be owned. The essence of compassion is trust. Trust that love will flow where it is needed, that it will return in new forms, that it doesn't end when forms dissolve. When you reach this understanding, relationships stop being prisons and become paths. Each connection becomes a teacher, each goodbye a lesson in freedom. You love deeply, you let go easily, and you remain open to the next unfolding. That is the detachment of compassion, not coldness, not distance, but the warm clarity of a heart that has nothing to protect and therefore nothing to fear. It is love, unbound, fearless, and free. The kind of love that asks for nothing yet gives everything again and again without ever running out. When love becomes freedom, control begins to fade. You stop trying to direct how things should unfold, and for the first time, you start to sense something larger guiding you, something quiet, precise, and far wiser than your personal will. It moves through coincidences, delays, endings, and new beginnings, weaving life into patterns you could never design. This is where the art of non-interference begins. Non-interference is not laziness or inaction. It is intelligent surrender. It is the realization that life operates on a rhythm too vast for the human mind to comprehend. You still act, but you no longer force. You still plan, but you leave space for what you cannot predict. You still dream, but you stop demanding that reality match your sketch. Detachment doesn't mean stepping out of the dance. It means allowing the music to lead. The need to interfere comes from fear. The mind believes that if it doesn't control outcomes, everything will collapse. But control is built on mistrust. It assumes the universe is chaotic, random, unkind. Non-interference arises when you discover the opposite, that there is an intelligence at work far greater than personal effort. When you align with it, what once felt like coincidence begins to look like choreography. You can sense this intelligence when plans fall apart only to make room for something better, when chance encounters change the course of your life, when delays turn out to be protection. But you only notice it when you stop fighting. As long as you insist on your timeline, your agenda, your script, you miss the quiet perfection of timing that life offers. The Buddhist view of detachment is not withdrawal from responsibility, but release of obsession with control. You do your part, the action, the intention, the sincerity, and then you let the outcome belong to karma. This is not fatalism, it's partnership. You plant the seed and allow the seasons to do their work. You don't stand over the soil shouting at it to sprout. Most people live as if life were an argument to win. They debate with reality. This shouldn't have happened. That should have come sooner. But arguing with life is like shouting at the wind. You waste energy and change nothing. When you stop arguing, you begin listening. And in that listening, life starts revealing its design. Non-interference requires humility. The ego hates not being in charge. It wants to be the architect of destiny, the one who can predict and secure outcomes. But humility recognizes that you are not the architect. You are part of the architecture. You are both cause and effect, both the wave and the ocean. When you stop trying to control the current, you start moving with it. This doesn't mean you never act. It means you act without anxiety. The difference is subtle, but profound. Interference is action contaminated by fear. Fear of failure, fear of loss, fear of not being enough. Non-interference is pure action, free from grasping. You still strive, but the striving is joyful, not desperate. You move because it's natural, not because you're terrified of stillness. To master this art, you must understand the nature of karma. Every intention, thought, and action plants a seed in the field of existence. Those seeds ripen when conditions align, not when your impatience demands it. You can't rush the unfolding of karma any more than you can rush the sunrise. Your role is to plant wisely, nurture sincerely, and trust the timing. When you live this way, life stops feeling random. You begin to see that everything arrives exactly when you are ready for it. Not when you think you are, but when you truly are. The relationships, the opportunities, even the losses, all arrive according to your readiness, not your requests. You can't trick readiness by pretending to surrender. The universe reads vibration, not words. One of the most painful truths to accept is that interference often delays what you desire. When you keep checking on your seed, you disturb its growth. When you push outcomes before their time, you create friction. Life responds to energy. Desperation tightens. Faith relaxes. What you chase runs, but what you allow flows toward you. The art of non-interference asks you to develop radical trust. Trust not in fantasy, but in the observable fact that life sustains itself. Grass grows through concrete, wounds heal, night turns into day. This rhythm has never failed. If the same intelligence governs your existence, why would it fail you now? You are not outside the pattern, you are woven into it. There's a calm power in not forcing. When you stop controlling, energy once wasted on anxiety becomes available for clarity. You start seeing patterns others miss. You notice when to act, when to pause, when to speak, when to stay silent. Decisions become intuitive because you are listening instead of overthinking. Non-interference sharpens awareness. Interference dulls it. In relationships, this wisdom changes everything. Instead of trying to fix, persuade, or rescue others, you give them the dignity of their own path. You support without smothering. You trust that their life has its own timing, just as yours does. This respect deepens love because it removes ownership. You stop performing savior roles and start embodying understanding. The same principle applies to goals. You still set intentions, but you release attachment to how they unfold. You recognize that success doesn't always arrive through the door you planned. Sometimes it comes through detours, delays, even apparent failures. Non-interference allows creativity to work on your behalf in ways logic can't anticipate. The mind sees one route. Life sees infinite. Every major spiritual tradition speaks of this surrender. In Taoism, it's called Wu Wei, effortless action, the art of aligning with the natural flow instead of forcing your own. In Buddhism, it's mindfulness in action, full engagement without attachment to results. In the Bhagavad Gita, it's karma yoga, action without expectation. All point to the same truth. Interference interrupts harmony. Letting life lead doesn't mean you lose direction. It means you stop confusing willpower with wisdom. Sometimes the hardest thing to do is nothing. To wait, to listen, to allow space for unseen forces to align. But when you cultivate patience, you begin to witness how often life resolves things better than your fears imagined. The right people appear, the right answers surface, and what once felt blocked begins to move effortlessly. This way of living requires surrender of the illusion of control, not control itself. You still make choices, you still hold vision, but you no longer believe that your effort alone creates outcomes. You understand that destiny is co-authored by your actions, by karma, by the vast intelligence of existence. You do your part. Life does the rest. The greatest obstacle to this trust is impatience. Impatience is the mind's rebellion against divine timing. It demands results before roots are ready. The ego measures time in hours and days. Existence measures it in ripeness. When conditions are complete, the event unfolds effortlessly. Before that, forcing only creates noise. Non-interference also applies to healing. You cannot rush emotional recovery, forcing closure, forcing positivity, forcing peace. All are forms of resistance disguised as progress. Real healing happens in its own time, when the body, mind, and heart align. Your job is to provide the right environment: rest, honesty, compassion. The rest unfolds naturally. When you interfere less, synchronicity increases. Coincidences multiply, not because you gain magic powers, but because you stop blocking natural alignment. Life was always trying to communicate with you through signs, feelings, intuition. Interference made you deaf. Stillness restores hearing. You begin to sense when something is right without needing to rationalize it. There's a hidden elegance in allowing life to surprise you. Plans have structure. Destiny has intelligence. When you cling to plans, you limit potential. When you trust destiny, possibilities expand beyond imagination. The people who find deep peace are not those who mastered control, but those who mastered surrender. Of course, surrender does not mean giving up responsibility. It means taking responsibility for your energy, not for the universe's outcomes. You become accountable for intention, not perfection. You focus on clarity of heart and alignment of action, trusting that what follows will be exactly what's needed. This mindset replaces pressure with peace. Control is born from mistrust of life. Surrender is born from partnership with it. The more you trust, the more life entrusts you with flow. Opportunities open because you're no longer clogged with resistance. You act from inspiration, not fear. Detachment allows destiny to breathe. Non-interference also protects you from unnecessary suffering. Many people exhaust themselves trying to force timing, chasing relationships not ready to bloom, pushing careers before foundation, clinging to goals that have expired. Letting go when energy no longer flows isn't failure, it's wisdom. The river knows when to change course. There's also humility in accepting that you don't always know what's best for you. The human mind sees only fragments of the picture. How many times have you prayed for something that later would have harmed you if granted? Life protects you by redirecting you, even through disappointment. The wisdom of non-interference is learning to thank life for what didn't happen as much as for what did. When you live this way, peace stops depending on external outcomes. You no longer measure happiness by what goes according to plan. You find meaning in responsiveness, the ability to meet each moment as it comes, with presence rather than resistance. This responsiveness is the soul of non-interference. In daily practice, you can cultivate it by noticing when tension arises around outcomes. Ask yourself, what am I trying to control right now? The moment you name it, tension begins to soften. Breathe into it. Allow space. Remind yourself, if it's meant for me, it will align. If not, it's protection. This trust retrains the nervous system to relax in uncertainty. Non-interference also dissolves the anxiety of comparison. When you trust your timing, you stop envying others. Their path is theirs. Yours unfolds differently. You realize that rushing your process because someone else arrived sooner is like forcing a flower to bloom by shouting. Every life blooms in its season. On a larger scale, this principle applies to collective change. The world evolves through both action and timing. You cannot force awakening upon others. You can embody clarity, act ethically, and share wisdom, but you cannot decide when others are ready to receive it. Patience here is compassion. You trust the rhythm of evolution itself. When things fall apart, the instinct is to fix, but sometimes the collapse is part of alignment. Old structures must break for new ones to emerge. Non-interference lets you witness this without panic. You grieve what's ending, but you don't cling. You know something is reorganizing beneath the surface. That faith is not naive. It's based on observation. Every destruction in nature is followed by creation. Living in this flow creates a life marked by serenity. Decisions come easier because you trust yourself and life equally. You stop swinging between extremes of control and chaos. You find a middle way, disciplined yet surrendered, active yet spacious. The mind that interferes grows exhausted. The mind that allows becomes luminous. As this trust deepens, gratitude becomes spontaneous. You stop dividing experiences into good and bad. You start thanking both the delays and the breakthroughs, the endings and the beginnings. You see that every twist of destiny is part of the same unfolding intelligence. Life stops being something to manage and becomes something to marvel at. The art of non-interference ultimately reveals the truth about destiny. It's not a fixed script waiting to be discovered, nor a random sequence of accidents. It is a living conversation between your free will and existence itself. Every time you act with awareness and release attachment, you add harmony to that conversation. And in that harmony, something extraordinary happens. You realize that destiny was never against you. It was waiting for you to stop shouting long enough to hear its rhythm. The moment you stop trying to control the music, you start to dance in perfect timing. When you stop interfering with destiny and begin to trust life's unfolding, something subtle yet powerful happens inside you. The tightness that once drove every decision begins to dissolve. You no longer chase every possibility out of fear, nor collapse in despair when plans change. You begin to sense that letting go is not a loss of direction. It's the discovery of a deeper compass. And yet, for many, this is the hardest lesson to accept, because somewhere in the mind lives the old belief that to release is to fail, that surrender means defeat. But this couldn't be further from the truth. Letting go is not giving up. It is the highest form of courage. It's the willingness to release what you cannot control so that you can fully engage with what you can. It's the maturity to stop fighting life and start cooperating with it. When you truly understand this, you realize that release doesn't weaken your power, it multiplies it. Giving up comes from exhaustion and despair. Letting go comes from clarity and faith. The difference is subtle but immense. When you give up, you act from hopelessness. When you let go, you act from understanding. Giving up says, "I can't change this, so I'll withdraw." Letting go says, "This no longer needs my control, so I'll trust the flow." One closes the heart, the other opens it wider than ever. To understand the power of letting go, we must first see how attachment drains strength. Every time you hold on to something that wants to leave, a person, an outcome, a belief, you divert your energy into resistance. You start living in defense rather than creation. You cling because you fear the void, forgetting that the void is where new life begins. In truth, letting go doesn't empty you. It clears the way for renewal. Buddhist wisdom calls this the middle path between indulgence and aversion. It's not passivity or denial, it's balance. You engage fully, but without clinging. You pour yourself into life, but you don't demand that life obey your conditions. You do your best and release the rest. That release is not weakness. It is wisdom in motion. When you cling, you try to carry the entire weight of existence. You think you must make everything happen, fix everything, hold everyone together. But the more you tighten your grip, the heavier life becomes. Letting go is like putting down a burden you were never meant to carry. You don't lose responsibility, you gain clarity. The world looks lighter because you're no longer trying to control what was never yours to begin with. Letting go begins with trust, not blind trust, but trust grounded in observation. You've seen life handle storms before. You've watched wounds heal, seen doors close only to open into better rooms. Every experience is proof that there is an underlying intelligence guiding the unfolding. When you trust that rhythm, letting go stops feeling like death and starts feeling like alignment. There is also an emotional dimension to letting go that many overlook. You can't truly release while judging yourself for still caring. Letting go doesn't mean erasing love, anger, or grief. It means allowing those emotions to complete their natural cycle. You acknowledge them, feel them fully, and then you stop feeding them with thought. The emotion burns cleanly, leaving behind clarity rather than bitterness. In practice, letting go is an active process. It's the choice to return again and again to the present moment. Every time your mind reaches for control, replaying the past, fearing the future, you breathe and come back. You remind yourself, this moment is enough. The mind will resist, but repetition turns surrender into a habit. Eventually, letting go becomes your natural posture toward life. People often ask, how do I know if I've truly let go? The answer is peace. When you can think about what once hurt you and feel calm, when you can see uncertainty ahead and feel open instead of tight, when you can lose something and still feel whole, that's letting go. The external may look unchanged, but the internal landscape has transformed. You've moved from control to cooperation. Letting go also transforms ambition. It doesn't kill your drive, it purifies it. You stop chasing success to prove your worth and start pursuing it as an expression of your purpose. Your actions become cleaner, your focus sharper, because you're no longer distracted by anxiety over outcomes. Paradoxically, this detachment makes you more effective. When you're not desperate to win, you perform with ease, and ease attracts success faster than strain ever could. This principle applies to love as well. When you let go in relationships, you stop manipulating, persuading, or demanding reassurance. You start listening. You stop trying to hold the other person in place and begin meeting them where they are. That shift creates true intimacy. Love breathes freely when not confined by fear. Letting go is also the cure for emotional fatigue. Holding on keeps the nervous system in a constant state of tension. The body doesn't know the difference between physical and mental grasping. Both exhaust it. When you release control, the body relaxes and energy returns. The clarity that follows feels like strength reborn, because it's the power you used to waste on resistance, now freed for creation. Surrender, in this sense, is not resignation, but alignment. It is the willingness to say, I trust that what is unfolding has purpose, even if I cannot see it yet. That statement isn't naive. It's pragmatic. Fighting reality never works. Flowing with it always leads somewhere better. Letting go allows reality to move through you without distortion. Giving up stops growth. Letting go initiates it. The tree that releases its leaves each autumn isn't dying. It's making space for new growth. In the same way, letting go of outdated versions of yourself is not self-abandonment. It's renewal. Every identity you outgrow, every role, every belief, was necessary once. But once it limits you, release becomes your evolution. In Buddhism, this release is called vosagga, the act of relinquishing clinging to the self, to possession, to illusion. It is the culmination of wisdom because it frees the mind from bondage. You see that nothing was ever truly yours except your awareness. Everything else, the body, the relationships, the accomplishments, are temporary guests in your field of experience. To let go is to stop confusing the guests for the host. Practically speaking, letting go begins with observation. Notice where you tighten, in the body, in thought, in speech. Tightness always points to attachment. When you identify it, don't shame it. Simply soften. Say to yourself, this doesn't need to be held so tightly. You'll feel the difference immediately. A sense of space, of breath. That space is power returning to you. Letting go is also a discipline of trust in timing. The universe does not operate on human schedules. You may not see results immediately, but that doesn't mean progress isn't happening. Seeds germinate in darkness before they break the surface. Surrendering to timing means allowing unseen work to unfold without panic. Patience, in this light, becomes a form of active faith. This mindset redefines strength. True strength isn't the ability to hold on forever. It's the ability to release gracefully. Anyone can cling. It takes courage to let go without bitterness, to end chapters without turning them into prisons. That courage comes from knowing that release doesn't diminish you. It refines you. Every time you let go, you become more aligned with truth. Letting go also deepens creativity. When you release attachment to how things should look, innovation emerges. Many of the world's greatest discoveries arose from moments of surrender, when effort gave way to openness, when the mind relaxed enough to receive insight. Creativity flows through those who trust the process more than their plans. The greatest misconception about surrender is that it's passive. In truth, it's the most dynamic state possible. When you stop fighting reality, your energy aligns with the flow of life itself. Action becomes efficient, focused, inspired. You no longer waste power on resistance. You act in harmony with the direction of life, and the results feel effortless. Letting go also liberates you from the burden of certainty. The need to know everything before acting paralyzes growth. But when you let go of that need, you rediscover curiosity. You start exploring again, not because you have guarantees, but because you trust the process. This openness invites possibility. Life can surprise you only when you're not gripping the script. You also stop personalizing outcomes. Failure doesn't define you. Success doesn't inflate you. You start to see both as temporary expressions of the same movement. Rise and fall, inhale and exhale. This perspective brings unshakable calm. You participate fully, but remain untouched by extremes. That neutrality is not detachment, it's mastery. Even in loss, letting go reveals its grace. Pain becomes bearable when you stop demanding that it vanish instantly. You give grief space to breathe, knowing it carries wisdom. With time, you realize that every loss polished something in you. Patience, empathy, resilience. You begin to see that life never truly takes without also giving. When you embody this truth, people notice. You become steady in a world addicted to control. Others feel calm around you because you've learned to trust what they're still fighting. This quiet strength doesn't come from having all the answers. It comes from having made peace with not needing them. Letting go doesn't mean you lose desire. It means your desires evolve. You still want things, love, purpose, joy, but you want them cleanly. You no longer want them out of fear. You want them out of inspiration. That purity of intention aligns you with outcomes that nourish rather than drain you. This practice also refines how you approach conflict. When you let go of being right, you begin to seek understanding. You stop fighting to dominate and start listening to connect. Many battles dissolve not because you win them, but because you stop feeding them. Release doesn't weaken your voice, it makes it clear, grounded, and compassionate. Letting go even redefines prayer. Instead of asking life to give you what you want, you begin asking to want what is right. You align your will with wisdom, rather than demanding that wisdom follow your will. This shift transforms prayer from pleading to participation. You're no longer separate from the flow, you're part of it. Every spiritual tradition points toward this truth in its own way. To release is to return to trust. To surrender is to merge with life rather than standing apart from it. This merging doesn't erase individuality, it harmonizes it. You still express your uniqueness, but now it serves the whole. Your actions carry grace because they're no longer contaminated by resistance. Letting go, ultimately, is remembering that nothing real can be lost. What's true, love, awareness, wisdom, remains untouched by change. What's false, fear, control, illusion, dissolves naturally when you stop clinging. The process may feel like loss, but it's actually purification. You're not losing anything essential, you're shedding what was never you. So, letting go isn't giving up. It's waking up. It's realizing that you were never meant to wrestle life into submission, but to flow with it, to trust its intelligence, to meet it fully without fear. When you do, you discover a power that effort could never give you. The power of alignment, the power of peace, the power of freedom that needs nothing to prove itself. And in that freedom, you find something extraordinary, the quiet strength of knowing that surrender was never the end of your power. It was the beginning of it. When surrender becomes a way of being, the noise inside begins to fade. The struggle to control, to force, to demand quiets down, yet something else still hums underneath. Even after letting go, the mind doesn't always rest. It whispers in subtle tones of wanting to be peaceful, wanting to be wise, wanting to arrive. It hides behind noble words and spiritual goals, but it is still wanting. The next great freedom begins when you can hear this faint noise and rest beneath it, when you start listening to what lies in the silence beneath desire. Desire is not inherently wrong. It's a natural movement of consciousness toward experience. But between healthy desire and restless craving lies a thin, almost invisible line. One brings aliveness, the other brings agitation. One leads to truth, the other keeps you chasing illusions. The silence of want is not about killing desire, it's about seeing through it. It's the quiet recognition of what drives you, the still point where you can tell which voice is real and which is the echo of ego. The ego's voice is loud, urgent, and persuasive. It speaks in the language of if only. If only I had this, if only they changed, if only I were more. It promises peace just beyond the next accomplishment, approval, or possession. But even when those things arrive, the peace is brief. Soon, the mind finds a new if only. This is the cycle of restless desire, the mind mistaking movement for meaning. True desire, on the other hand, doesn't shout. It feels like a soft pull toward alignment, not a frantic rush toward satisfaction. It doesn't come from lack, but from love. It doesn't exhaust, it expands. You know it by its aftertaste, calm, not craving. Stillness is how you tell the difference. When you stop moving long enough to listen, false desires lose their power. They collapse without the fuel of attention. The silence beneath desire is not emptiness, it's awareness. It's the space that remains when the noise of wanting subsides. In that space, clarity arises naturally. You begin to see that most desires are echoes of conditioning, patterns absorbed from culture, family, and fear. The mind learned to want as a way to feel safe or significant. But beneath that programming lies something untouched, a quiet presence that doesn't need to acquire anything to feel complete. This is why the Buddha called craving the root of suffering, not because having dreams or goals is wrong, but because we mistake desire's surface form for its true source. The surface says, "I want this thing." The source says, "I want to return to wholeness." Every craving is a misinterpreted search for connection with yourself, with life, with peace. When you see that, you no longer judge desire, you understand it. The practice is not suppression. Suppression only strengthens the pull because what you resist hides and grows stronger. The practice is awareness. You observe the desire rise, a thought, a sensation, a longing, and you stay present without acting. You don't feed it and you don't fight it. You let it show its nature. When desire is seen without reaction, it loses the ability to control. The silence behind it becomes louder, more real. In that silence, you begin to sense a difference between wanting and knowing. Wanting comes from the mind's projection into the future. Knowing arises from the heart's connection to the present. Wanting says, "Something's missing." Knowing says, "Nothing is missing, but something wants to express." The first enslaves, the second liberates. This is how stillness becomes your teacher. It reveals the subtle shift from egoic desire to authentic movement. Stillness isn't passive. It's the most active intelligence in existence. It listens before acting. It waits before speaking. It moves only when movement serves truth, not impulse. When you live from that stillness, life loses its frantic edge. Decisions become clear, not forced. You act from wisdom, not from restlessness. Desire, when unconscious, creates noise that distorts perception. You start seeing life not as it is, but as what you think it should be. Stillness clears that distortion. It doesn't remove desire, it purifies it. You start to desire things that align with truth, peace, growth, compassion, not because you're trying to be holy, but because noise no longer distracts you. In daily life, you can test this by observing how desires feel in your body. The ego's wants create contraction, tightness in the chest, restlessness in the stomach, tension in the shoulders. True intention feels expansive, open chest, deep breath, relaxed focus. The body never lies. Stillness teaches you to trust its language. Another form of the noise of desire is comparison. The mind constantly measures who's ahead, who's happier, who's more successful. But comparison is the loudest symptom of insecurity. It's the mind shouting, "I am not enough." When you rest in silence, comparison dissolves. You stop looking sideways and start looking inward. You realize that fulfillment doesn't come from being more than others, it comes from being fully yourself. Stillness also exposes spiritual materialism, the ego's attempt to use spirituality as another form of acquisition. You meditate to be enlightened. You practice kindness to get good karma. You seek peace to be seen as wise. The ego will wear any costume if it keeps control. Only silence can strip those costumes away. When you rest deeply enough, even the desire to be spiritual fades. What remains is simple presence, awake, ordinary, unpretentious. True silence isn't the absence of sound, it's the absence of resistance. You could be in the middle of a city and still feel it. It's the space inside you that doesn't react. When you access that space, you start to notice that peace doesn't depend on circumstances. Noise outside doesn't disturb you because there's quiet within. The silence of want also heals anxiety. Anxiety is the tension between where you are and where your desire insists you should be. The more intense the craving, the wider the gap and the louder the noise. When you let go of the need to constantly arrive, the gap closes. You begin to relax into being. From that stillness, right action flows effortlessly. Not because you plan it, but because clarity naturally gives birth to movement. In this silence, you also rediscover contentment. Contentment doesn't mean you have everything, it means you appreciate everything as it is. When the mind stops shouting for more, gratitude begins to speak. You realize how much peace was hidden beneath wanting, how much joy was missed while chasing what you thought you lacked. Contentment is not stagnation, it's sufficiency. It's knowing you are complete while still growing. The ego fears silence because silence exposes its illusion. The ego thrives on noise. It defines itself through thought, desire, and identity. When you sit still long enough, you notice that the I who wants so much cannot be found. The more you look for it, the more it dissolves. What remains is awareness, pure, vast, and quiet. That awareness is not empty, it's full of life. This is the secret. The quieter you become, the more guidance you receive. When the noise of wanting subsides, intuition becomes clear. The next step, the right word, the needed action, all arise effortlessly. You no longer chase answers, they find you. The mind doesn't have to think so hard because the heart starts to know. Silence teaches discernment. It helps you recognize when you're acting from alignment or from reaction. Reaction feels urgent. Alignment feels peaceful. Reaction wants immediate relief. Alignment waits for right timing. The more you practice returning to silence, the easier it becomes to distinguish the two. This is how stillness refines your life, not by removing movement, but by making every movement meaningful. Even in relationships, the silence of want changes everything. You stop demanding that others fill your emptiness. You start listening with full presence. When love comes from silence, it's spacious. It gives rather than grasps. Communication becomes clearer because you're not talking to be heard. You're speaking to connect. In moments of solitude, silence reveals its deeper gift, self-intimacy. You meet yourself without distraction. You face the raw edges of emotion, the hidden fears, the unresolved longings. At first, it's uncomfortable. The noise of desire often covers pain, but when you allow silence to hold you, pain transforms. It becomes understanding. You realize that what you were really seeking all along was this, the stillness that never leaves, the peace that doesn't depend on conditions. As awareness deepens, even subtle forms of wanting fall away, the wanting to be understood, to be validated, to be remembered. You stop needing to prove your worth because worth is self-evident in the silence. You become content to simply be. This is not detachment in the cold sense. It's a fullness so complete it no longer needs addition. This state doesn't make you indifferent. It makes you sensitive in the truest way. You feel life more vividly because the mind is no longer drowning it in noise. The sound of the rain, the tone in a friend's voice, the breath between words, all carry meaning. Silence doesn't separate you from life. It brings you closer to it. When you rest in this awareness, you realize that the end of desire isn't boredom, but freedom. The mind once believed that without desire, life would lose color. But in truth, when the noise fades, colors become more vibrant. You start to see life as it is, not as the mind's projection. Every ordinary moment glows with quiet perfection. The silence of want is the meeting point between acceptance and action. You still move, but the movement is clean. You still desire, but desire no longer rules you. You still strive, but without fear. This is what the Buddha meant by the end of craving, not the end of living, but the beginning of living consciously. In the end, stillness is not something you create, it's something you uncover. It was always there, beneath the noise of wanting, waiting to be remembered. You don't have to chase it, you just have to stop following the noise. When you rest there long enough, the mind learns a new rhythm. Desire may still whisper, but it no longer commands. The heart stays quiet, grounded, free. And that quiet, steady presence, that peace that doesn't need to chase, control, or prove, is where truth finally speaks. It doesn't speak in words, but in knowing. It whispers in silence. You were never missing anything. You were only listening to the wrong voice. When silence becomes your home, the world outside begins to sound different. You start noticing how much noise has nothing to do with life itself, but with distraction, notifications, opinions, headlines, endless comparisons. The peace you discovered within now faces its greatest test. A world that profits from your attention. In the age of digital noise, detachment is no longer only a spiritual practice. It's an act of rebellion. To stay awake, calm, and grounded in a society built to scatter your focus is one of the most radical things you can do. Mindful detachment in modern chaos is not about rejecting technology or isolating from the world. It's about learning to live in the center of noise without losing the quiet inside. The same tools that fragment attention can also be used consciously if awareness guides them. But awareness must come first. The challenge of this era is not lack of information. It's the loss of space between thoughts. The modern mind rarely rests, constantly jumping from one stimulation to the next, mistaking movement for meaning. The first step in practicing detachment today is to recognize how much attention has become a currency. Every click, scroll, and view is a transaction. Companies compete for it, algorithms manipulate it, and we trade it unconsciously. When you understand that attention is your most valuable possession, mindfulness stops being optional. It becomes essential. You begin to ask, who is spending my attention and what am I receiving in return? Awareness of this question itself slows the unconscious habit of digital consumption. Modern detachment doesn't mean deleting everything and disappearing. It means using tools instead of being used by them. The phone, the feed, the platform, they're neutral. It's our relationship with them that matters. The goal is not abstinence, but mastery. You can open your device with presence instead of reflex, read without absorbing noise, connect without comparing. This is the heart of mindful engagement, to be in the world but not owned by it. Comparison is the quiet thief of peace in the digital age. Social media amplifies the illusion that everyone else's life is more complete than yours. But what you see online is not life, it's a performance. The mind forgets this and begins to crave validation, approval, recognition, all substitutes for the silence you once knew. Detachment breaks this cycle by returning you to direct experience. Instead of measuring worth through images and metrics, you begin to feel value through presence, in your breath, your relationships, your own small acts of meaning. A key practice here is digital mindfulness, the art of being aware before, during, and after interaction. Before you open a screen, pause and ask why. Is it habit, boredom, or purpose? During use, stay conscious of sensations. Is your body tense, your breathing shallow? Afterward, observe the residue. Do you feel inspired or drained? This kind of self-observation turns technology from master to mirror. You start seeing your inner patterns reflected in your online habits. Detachment also requires boundaries. Just as ancient monks built walls, not to escape the world, but to preserve attention, you must create digital boundaries to protect your peace. Schedule time for silence. Turn off non-essential notifications. Keep your mornings and evenings free from screens. These small acts of discipline reconnect you with depth in a world obsessed with speed. Detachment is not withdrawal, it's choosing quality over quantity in where you place your mind. The paradox of modern life is that we are more connected than ever, yet feel more isolated. Constant exposure to information creates an illusion of closeness, but often erodes intimacy. Detachment restores balance by bringing focus back to the present encounter, one conversation, one task, one moment at a time. When you give full attention to what's in front of you, presence becomes your form of love. Distraction, no matter how small, is an absence disguised as activity. Mindful detachment also protects you from emotional contagion. In the digital landscape, outrage spreads faster than truth, fear faster than wisdom. Without awareness, you unconsciously absorb the moods of others through the screen. The nervous system interprets digital tension as real threat. Detachment allows you to pause before reacting, to breathe before sharing, to question before believing. You learn to respond with clarity instead of echoing the chaos. In Buddhism, mindfulness means seeing things as they are without distortion. Applied to modern life, it means looking at technology without worship or demonization. You use it consciously, aware of its impermanence. You post a thought, release it, and move on. You read a comment, let it pass without turning it into identity. The digital world loses its grip when you remember it is transient. An endless stream of data, not a measure of your worth. Modern detachment also asks for compassion, not just for others, but for yourself. You will still get distracted. You will still reach for your phone when you feel lonely or anxious. Detachment doesn't demand perfection, it asks for awareness. Each time you notice and return, you strengthen presence. Self-judgment only adds noise. Compassion transforms relapse into learning. Another aspect of mindful detachment is reclaiming solitude. Constant connectivity has made solitude seem uncomfortable, even suspicious. But solitude is not emptiness, it's clarity. It's where creativity and intuition regenerate. When you step away from constant stimulation, the mind reorganizes itself. Insights that were buried beneath noise rise naturally. You remember that peace was never lost. It was merely drowned out. The rhythm of technology encourages speed, but awareness grows through slowness. To practice detachment in this environment, you must intentionally slow down, eat without screens, walk without headphones, breathe between messages. The more you create pauses, the more spacious your mind becomes. Stillness returns not through isolation, but through intentional pacing. There's also the challenge of information overload. The mind can only process so much before it turns restless, consuming excessive data fragments, concentration, and erodes wisdom. Detachment invites discernment, to choose what deserves your attention. Reading one meaningful article deeply is worth more than scrolling through 100 headlines. Depth feeds peace. Shallowness feeds noise. In relationships, mindful detachment becomes the art of presence without projection. The digital age encourages performance, showing what we think others expect. But real connection happens when pretense drops. Detachment helps you meet others as they are, without needing to shape them or be shaped by them. You listen fully, not to reply, but to understand. Such listening requires stillness, the same stillness you cultivated in silence. Comparison not only distorts relationships, but also undermines self-trust. You start doubting your path because it doesn't match someone else's highlight reel. Detachment restores self-trust by reconnecting you to your own rhythm. You stop asking whether you are ahead or behind and start asking whether you are true to yourself. Progress becomes inner alignment, not external applause. Mindful detachment is not about disconnection, it's about conscious connection. When you interact with awareness, even simple digital moments can become mindful acts. Writing a message with kindness, sharing knowledge with sincerity, pausing before reacting to negativity. These are forms of digital compassion. You're no longer a consumer of noise, but a transmitter of calm. There's deep freedom in realizing that you don't need to respond to everything. The pressure to comment, post, or participate in every trend stems from fear of invisibility. Detachment frees you from that fear. You discover the quiet power of restraint, the ability to engage only when it aligns with clarity. Not everything deserves your voice, and silence often speaks louder than reaction. To cultivate this, practice digital fasting, intentional breaks from screens, not as punishment, but as nourishment. During these pauses, reconnect with nature, movement, or real conversation. Each break resets your nervous system. The more often you return to stillness, the less addictive the noise becomes. Detachment grows naturally through distance and reflection. One powerful habit is to end each day by reviewing where your attention went. Ask yourself, what fed peace? What fed restlessness? Over time, This reflection becomes self-guidance. You stop blaming technology and start refining your habits. Awareness replaces control. Discipline becomes self-care. Mindful detachment also means learning to live with uncertainty. The modern world bombards us with opinions, predictions, and updates. The mind seeks certainty in this flood of data, but certainty is an illusion. The wise learn to stay comfortable in the unknown, to rest in awareness rather than answers. This stability amidst chaos is true freedom. Even productivity benefits from detachment. The obsession with efficiency often turns work into compulsion. Detachment allows space for rest, which paradoxically enhances creativity. When you release the constant demand to do more, you start producing with authenticity instead of pressure. Work becomes expression, not escape. In times of crisis, detachment becomes a lifeline. News cycles amplify fear because fear sells attention. Without mindfulness, anxiety multiplies. Detachment doesn't mean ignoring the world. It means witnessing events with compassion and clarity. You act when you can, help where possible, but you don't drown in helplessness. You remain steady so that your actions carry power. Modern detachment is not about living in isolation, but about cultivating an inner monastery. A still space within that remains calm regardless of external storms. You build it through small, consistent practices. Mindful breathing before replying to messages, gratitude before scrolling, silence before sleep. Each act reclaims a fragment of your awareness from the world's machinery. The more you practice this, the more your relationship with time changes. You stop measuring life in updates and start experiencing it in presence. Moments stretch. Ordinary tasks, washing, cooking, writing, regain their sacredness. The rush dissolves into rhythm. You begin to see that peace was never lost. It was simply drowned in speed. Detachment in the digital age is not an escape, but an evolution. It's learning to live in constant connection without losing connection to yourself. It's the balance between participation and presence. You can still post, share, and communicate, but now you do it with intention, not addiction. When you cultivate this, your digital life becomes an extension of mindfulness rather than its enemy. Technology becomes a tool for awareness, spreading truth, empathy, and creativity instead of noise. Every choice, every interaction becomes part of your spiritual practice. You realize that even in a world of chaos, stillness is not somewhere else. It's within you, waiting for you to return. In the end, mindful detachment in modern chaos is not about escaping the world's noise, but remembering that you were never part of the noise to begin with. You are the awareness behind it, the quiet witness untouched by movement. The world will keep spinning. Notifications will keep arriving, but your center will remain. Calm, clear, unshaken. And from that center, you will navigate the modern world, not as a victim of its distractions, but as a master of your own attention, peaceful in the middle of endless motion. When you learn to stay centered amid modern chaos, a new kind of awareness begins to unfold. You start to see that peace isn't something you protect from the world. It's something the world helps you find through contrast. The same noise that once distracted you becomes a mirror, reflecting where your attachments still live. And then life brings its greatest teacher, loss. Not as punishment, but as revelation. Every ending, every departure, every silence that follows what you once held close has a truth to tell. It shows you what was never truly yours, and, in doing so, reveals who you really are beneath all that you clung to. Loss has a way of stripping away illusion. What once felt essential, the job, the relationship, the role, the identity, dissolves, and suddenly you're face to face with yourself without the masks. It's raw, disorienting, and often painful. But in that exposure, there's clarity. Detachment isn't about avoiding this pain, it's about walking through it with awareness. It's about seeing that what's gone was never meant to define you. It was meant to show you what you are not. Every loss carries a hidden mirror. When something or someone leaves, it reflects back the parts of you that were entangled with them. You see the version of yourself that needed validation, the self that believed its worth depended on being seen or needed. The mirror doesn't lie. It shows your attachments with precision. But instead of judging what it reveals, you can use it to awaken. The goal isn't to stop caring, but to see clearly. When you see clearly, the sting of loss becomes a passage to freedom rather than a wound that defines you. The Buddha taught that clinging is the cause of suffering. Loss exposes where we've been clinging. It points to the places where we confused love with possession, success with identity, comfort with security. When those external forms vanish, the inner emptiness they concealed becomes visible. But that emptiness is not a void to fear. It is the doorway to authenticity. When the false self falls away, the true self quietly steps forward. Grief is not the enemy of detachment. In fact, grief can be the purest expression of love when it is allowed without resistance. Detachment doesn't mean numbing your feelings. It means feeling everything fully without collapsing into it. You cry, you ache, you remember, but you also witness. The awareness behind the pain doesn't break. It watches the waves rise and fall. Over time, that witnessing reveals a truth that all spiritual traditions point to. Nothing real can be lost. When you lose what you thought defined you, something deeper emerges, the stillness that was always there beneath roles and attachments. This is the self that doesn't vanish when relationships end or possessions fade. It is untouched by change because it isn't built on anything external. The paradox is that loss doesn't destroy you. It shows you that what you are cannot be destroyed. In moments of loss, the mind wants to grasp for meaning. It asks, why? But meaning doesn't come from analyzing. It comes from allowing. When you stop demanding explanations, understanding arises naturally. The lesson reveals itself in silence, often much later, when you're no longer trying to force it. You begin to see how each loss redirected you, refined you, and made you more real. Detachment during loss isn't detachment from people. It's detachment from illusion. You can love deeply and still accept impermanence. You can honor what was without trying to recreate it. This kind of love doesn't hold, it blesses. It says, "Thank you for what you gave me, even if it's gone." That gratitude transforms pain into wisdom. Loss also humbles the ego. The parts of you that thought they were in control must confront their limits. Plans unravel, promises break, expectations dissolve. At first, this feels like defeat, but in truth, it's a correction, a reminder that life's flow is greater than personal will. The ego learns through loss that it was never meant to be the master, only a participant. The more you resist, the longer you suffer. The more you accept, the sooner peace returns. Every identity you hold is temporary. You may be a parent, a partner, a leader, a student, but these are roles, not essence. When life removes one, it's not cruelty, it's clarity. It's showing you that beneath every label is consciousness itself, vast, fluid, free. Detachment helps you witness the changing costumes without mistaking any of them for the actor. When a role ends, the actor remains. In grief, memory becomes sacred. The mind revisits moments, trying to relive what was lost. This is natural, but over time, the practice is to remember without clinging, to honor the beauty of what was without making it an idol. When memory becomes gratitude instead of longing, healing begins. The past turns from prison to teacher. Loss also exposes how much we resist uncertainty. The unknown frightens us because it takes away the comfort of control. But detachment invites a different relationship with the unknown. It says, this space that loss creates, this emptiness, is not absence, it's potential. When you stop filling it with fear or distraction, it fills itself with presence. What looks like emptiness becomes expansion. In the stillness after loss, a subtle shift occurs. The outer world may look smaller, but the inner world becomes vast. You start noticing small joys again, light, air, sound. You begin to live not from grasping, but from appreciation. Loss strips away what's unnecessary, leaving behind simplicity. And in that simplicity, you rediscover peace. Detachment doesn't make you less human, it makes you more compassionate. When you've walked through loss consciously, you stop taking things for granted. You listen better. You understand others' pain without trying to fix it. You stop offering cliches and start offering presence. Compassion born from loss is different from sympathy. It doesn't pity, it connects. One of the most profound lessons of loss is that pain and love are intertwined. You only grieve deeply what you loved deeply. To detach doesn't mean to love less. It means to love without illusion. It means seeing that love's beauty was never in possession, but in presence. You carried that love before the person, before the object, before the circumstance. That love is your nature, not something you borrow. When what you love leaves, the love itself remains, quietly teaching you that you were its source all along. There's also liberation in acknowledging that not every loss is tragic. Some losses are releases, chapters closing, burdens lifted. Life takes away what has completed its purpose. The mind calls it loss. The soul calls it evolution. Detachment helps you recognize when it's time to stop clinging to the familiar and allow something new to unfold. Sometimes the pain isn't from the loss itself, but from resistance to it. The more you fight what is gone, the more you freeze time. But time only moves one way, forward. Detachment allows you to flow with time instead of battling it. You don't have to rush healing, you just have to stop standing still in resentment. Every step forward, no matter how small, is grace. Loss also reveals hidden strength. You discover capacities you didn't know existed: resilience, patience, clarity. The parts of you that only awaken through pressure begin to shine. When the external crumbles, your inner foundation strengthens. What you once feared you couldn't live without becomes proof that you can. Loss becomes transformation by necessity. The mirror of loss shows that the world is not yours to keep, but it is yours to experience fully. Detachment allows you to engage deeply while staying free. You love, you create, you commit, but you also bow when it's time to release. This rhythm of holding and releasing is the essence of maturity. It's how the soul learns grace. In Buddhist teachings, everything is marked by impermanence. The flower blooms and fades, the tide rises and falls, the body grows and decays. Understanding this doesn't make you cold, it makes you wise. It prepares you to love without fear, to lose without despair, and to start again without hesitation. Detachment turns impermanence from a threat into a teacher. When something leaves, you also learn the value of what remains. The people still beside you, the breath still moving through you, the awareness still observing it all. These are not small things. Gratitude grows naturally when you stop measuring life by what's missing and start recognizing what endures. Presence after loss becomes a form of devotion. Over time, you realize that loss is not an interruption to life. It is life. The cycle of gain and loss, meeting and parting, is the pulse of existence itself. To resist that rhythm is to suffer. To move with it is to awaken. Detachment teaches you how to move with it gracefully, consciously, and without closing your heart. What you call loss is often life's way of revealing truth. It removes illusions, clears attachments, and points you back to what cannot be taken: awareness itself. That awareness is your real identity. It is not the story of what happened to you, but the space in which it happened. When you live from that awareness, loss doesn't end your peace. It deepens it. In the end, detachment in the face of loss isn't about forgetting what was. It's about remembering who you are. The person who could love, grieve, endure, and still stay awake. That's the real you. Every loss, no matter how painful, is a mirror that shows you this truth. The reflection may break your heart, but it also frees your soul. And once you've seen yourself clearly through that mirror, you no longer fear what can leave, because you finally know what can never be lost. When you finally understand that nothing real can be lost, something profound begins to shift within you. The tightness that once defined your relationship with life, the constant trying, clinging, controlling, starts to loosen. You realize that your purpose is not to hold everything together, but to stay open enough to let things align on their own. In that openness, a strange kind of magic appears. Not the fantasy of control, but the quiet intelligence of connection. What many call coincidence is simply the natural rhythm of the universe responding to your clarity. This is the flow of synchronicity. Synchronicity is not luck or superstition. It's a reflection of inner alignment. When the mind stops struggling and the heart relaxes, life begins to coordinate itself around that peace. Detachment doesn't make you passive. It makes you available. You're no longer blocking possibilities with anxiety or interference. You start meeting people, ideas, and opportunities at the exact moment they are needed. Life unfolds in patterns so precise that forcing anything feels unnecessary. To understand this flow, you must first understand energy. Every thought, emotion, and action carries a frequency. Attachment operates at the frequency of fear, the belief that if you don't hold on, things will fall apart. Non-attachment operates at the frequency of trust, the knowing that life supports its own unfolding. When you let go, your energy becomes coherent, clear, and magnetic. You stop pushing against the current and begin moving with it. The flow of synchronicity often begins subtly. You think of a friend, and they call. You take a wrong turn, and it leads to the exact place you needed to be. You follow an intuitive nudge, and the right opportunity appears. None of it is random. It's the universe rearranging itself in response to your alignment. This doesn't mean you control outcomes. It means you cooperate with the intelligence that does. Attachment interrupts this flow. When you fixate on a specific result, you narrow your field of awareness. You miss signs and opportunities that don't match your expectations. You push energy into resistance, and resistance blocks movement. Non-attachment, by contrast, keeps your field open. It allows life to guide you through synchronicity rather than through struggle. The more detached you are, the more effortlessly life seems to organize around your intentions. This principle has roots in both Eastern philosophy and quantum science. Buddhism calls it dependent origination, the understanding that everything arises through interconnection, not isolation. Modern physics describes similar phenomena, particles that react to one another instantaneously across distance, systems that self-organize through coherence. In simple terms, when your inner state is harmonious, the external world begins to reflect that harmony. What you call coincidence is simply correspondence, the outer echo of inner order. Living in alignment with synchronicity requires sensitivity. It's not about waiting passively for miracles, but about learning to notice subtle cues. The universe doesn't shout, it whispers. A phrase in a conversation, a repeating number, a sense of timing. These are small signals that point the way. The mind dismisses them as chance. Awareness recognizes them as direction. The more present you are, the more fluent you become in this language of life. Non-attachment also changes your relationship with time. Attachment lives in impatience, the belief that things must happen now or they're lost forever, but synchronicity follows its own rhythm. When you let go of urgency, events begin to align with perfect timing. The delay you once cursed often turns out to be protection, preparing conditions for something better. You stop measuring time by minutes and start feeling it as movement, an unfolding rather than a schedule. Letting go also quiets the ego's need for control. The ego thrives on planning, predicting, and managing outcomes. But the universe operates on a far larger intelligence than the human mind can grasp. Non-attachment is an act of humility, a recognition that life knows more than you do. You don't stop making plans, you simply hold them lightly. You act, but you leave space for surprise. This balance of intention and surrender is the gateway to synchronicity. When you live this way, even mistakes become part of the path. What looked like a detour reveals itself as direction. What felt like rejection turns into redirection. Synchronicity doesn't mean everything is pleasant. It means everything is purposeful. Detachment allows you to see that purpose even in chaos. You stop labeling experiences as good or bad and start seeing them as necessary steps in a larger unfolding. One of the clearest signs of alignment is ease. Not the ease of comfort, but the ease of flow, where effort feels natural, communication feels clear, and opportunities feel organic. You still work, but you no longer strain. You still strive, but without struggle. The path opens before you instead of being forced open. This is not coincidence, it's coherence. When you are inwardly balanced, life meets you with the same balance. To practice non-attachment in daily life, start by observing how often you contract around outcomes. Notice the physical sensation of holding on, the tension in your stomach when waiting for a reply, the restlessness before results. Awareness itself begins the release. The moment you see the grasping, breathe and let it soften. Each release expands your energy field, making space for new synchronicities to enter. Gratitude is another doorway into this flow. When you appreciate what is, you align with abundance. Gratitude tells life, I trust your timing. That trust dissolves resistance, and resistance is what blocks connection. When you stop demanding and start appreciating, life begins to respond in kind. You meet generosity with generosity, flow with flow. Synchronicity is simply gratitude mirrored by the universe. Intuition also grows stronger through non-attachment. When your mind is quiet and your emotions are steady, inner guidance becomes clear. You start recognizing subtle impulses that lead to right action. These nudges often defy logic, but prove correct in hindsight. The ego calls it coincidence. The heart calls it knowing. Trusting these moments builds confidence in life's intelligence, reinforcing the loop of synchronicity. There's a rhythm to the universe that becomes audible only when you stop forcing. Every person, event, and circumstance has its timing. Non-attachment teaches patience, not waiting with frustration, but resting in readiness. You stop pushing for doors to open and focus on preparing yourself to walk through them when they do. Preparation is your role. Timing is life's. This cooperation between effort and allowance creates harmony. When you align with synchronicity, you also stop separating yourself from others. You begin to sense that every meeting is purposeful. Even brief encounters carry meaning, a shared word, a small kindness, a random coincidence that changes perspective. The more detached you are, the more you see how connected everything actually is. Detachment doesn't create distance, it removes distortion, revealing the unity that was always there. The flow of synchronicity also shows that the universe responds to clarity, not craving. The clearer your intention, the more precise the alignment. But clarity only emerges when you're free from fear. Fear scatters energy. Trust focuses it. When your heart and actions are coherent, life reflects that coherence back to you in the form of opportunities, coincidences, and supportive encounters. This doesn't mean every event is orchestrated for your comfort. Sometimes, synchronicity brings challenges to refine you. A conflict arises, pushing you to speak truth. A delay forces you to slow down and notice what you missed. Non-attachment helps you recognize that these two are alignments, catalysts for growth rather than obstacles. Life is not testing you, it's tuning you. To sustain alignment, you must practice presence. Synchronicity lives in the now, not in the mind's projections. The more you inhabit the present moment, the more access you have to intuitive timing. You start catching the subtle invitations life offers, the feeling to call someone, the impulse to take a different route, the inspiration to begin a project. When you follow these inner cues without attachment to outcome, flow becomes natural. Doubt and impatience are the two forces that break this flow. Doubt says, "This can't be happening." Impatience says, "It should have happened already." Both close the door to synchronicity because they reintroduce control. The antidote is faith, not blind belief, but quiet openness. You don't demand evidence, you stay receptive. You trust that alignment works, even when unseen. Over time, experience confirms this trust through results that no logic could have arranged. Synchronicity also deepens your relationship with uncertainty. The more you flow with it, the less you fear it. You begin to see that uncertainty isn't chaos, it's space, the creative field where new patterns can form. Attachment tries to fill that space prematurely. Detachment allows it to unfold naturally. This willingness to not know is what keeps you aligned with infinite possibility. One of the most powerful realizations in this practice is that the universe doesn't reward control, it rewards alignment. Control is effort without trust. Alignment is effort with awareness. You can still have goals, but you hold them loosely. You let the universe handle the choreography. The results often exceed what you could have imagined because they arise from a level of intelligence beyond your planning. As you deepen in this flow, you start to notice beauty everywhere, not just in grand moments, but in small synchronicities. A conversation that answers a question you hadn't asked aloud. A book that appears at the exact time you needed its message. These moments remind you that you are part of something vast and interconnected. Gratitude becomes your natural response because you see evidence of guidance everywhere. Non-attachment doesn't promise constant comfort, but it guarantees meaning. Every experience becomes part of a larger mosaic. You no longer rush to fix or judge. You observe how things interconnect. The same awareness that once tried to control now marvels at how perfectly life arranges itself when left free. This awe replaces anxiety. In truth, synchronicity was always happening. What changes is your ability to perceive it. The more detached you become, the more visible the pattern. Life starts to feel like a conversation between your heart and the universe. You express through intention, and life responds through alignment. The dialogue is continuous, precise, and deeply personal. Ultimately, non-attachment and synchronicity are two sides of the same wisdom. Detachment clears the noise that blocks perception. Synchronicity is the music that becomes audible once the noise is gone. The more you trust, the more you hear. And the more you hear, the more you realize you were never alone. You were always being guided, always part of a larger harmony. In the end, this understanding brings you back to simplicity. You stop chasing signs and start living as one. You don't wait for the universe to prove itself. You embody its rhythm through your calm, your openness, your trust. Life meets you in that space, not with chaos, but with coherence. What once felt like coincidence now feels like communication, a quiet assurance that everything is unfolding exactly as it should. After walking through every layer of detachment, from letting go of control to loving without ownership, from facing loss with grace to moving with synchronicity, one truth becomes unmistakable. Peace is not something you chase. It's what remains when you stop chasing. Detachment isn't about withdrawal or coldness. It's about trust. Trust that life unfolds with precision, that what is meant for you cannot be taken, and what leaves was never yours to hold forever. Buddhism teaches that the deepest form of power is not control, but clarity. When you stop grasping, you stop suffering. When you stop forcing, you start flowing. And in that flow, everything that truly belongs to you finds its way back, not through struggle, but through natural alignment. So, as you step away from this reflection, carry one lesson in your heart. Peace is not the absence of desire, it's the absence of attachment. Live fully, love freely, act sincerely, and release everything else to the rhythm of the universe. If this journey spoke to you, share your thoughts below. What part of detachment resonates most with your life right now? Your words might be exactly what someone else needs to read today. And if you want to